This kid awakened an ability that everyone thought was useless. But what they'd later discover was that it was actually a power with limitless potential. Our protagonist, Jung Sang-woo, got the ability to clone himself. And what could a chubby guy like him possibly gain from that? Absolutely nothing. The protagonist went back home. His job was to play a famous game and sell his achievements. Curious about his new power, Sang-woo decides to test it out. He concentrates and pops out a clone. He's surprised to see the clone came out completely naked. And for the first time, he gets a good look at how his snake stays hidden under all that fat. It's super weird touching another dude like this, but hey, it's his own body, so no big deal. He orders the clone to get dressed and decides to test if it'll take commands. Sang-woo makes the clone kneel and stand up a few times. Just as you'd expect, the little fatty was out of breath after only 5 reps, just as he thought a weak-ass clone is useless. His life was over. But then he noticed a system window pop up, saying his vitality had increased by 0.01. Fast forward 1 month, and this was Sang-woo's body. He was running so much that the regulars at the park started to think something was off, like that dude ain't right. But the truth was, the real Sang-woo was at home. In just 30 days, he'd lost 20 kilos. He had discovered some incredible things about his power. The clone's exhaustion and pain didn't affect him at all. If a clone pushed itself so hard that it died, it would just poof disappear. The most impressive part, he gets all the positive effects from his clones, and they always look identical to his new physical form. He can also give his clones orders telepathically. His slave number 1 was out running and was suddenly ordered to stop and do push-ups. And lastly, clones can't make more clones? If they could, the world would probably explode with billions of them. Sang-woo made his clone train for a month straight without a single break, massively improving his stats and his physical appearance. But a guy can't live on just training and spending money. Sang-woo needed to work and make some cash. He decides he'll get a job and take his clone with him to earn double the salary. His clone one will act like a normal person, and his name will be Gongo. One of the people there is an acquaintance of the protagonist. So Sang-woo just tells him he brought a friend along for the job. The acquaintance, Deokal, tells them they need to check in at the main building. Sang-woo is nervous. It's his first time doing something like this. This can't be a crime, right? If he's doing double the work, it's only fair he gets double the pay. After a few hours, our boy was getting a real taste of the working man's life. His clone one was grinding hard, unlike him. The clone works itself to death. So even when it's exhausted, the damn thing just won't stop. He thinks it's going to be a problem if clone 1 just up and dies in front of all these people. I won't get his paycheck after all. By the end of the day, Sang-woo was the one who felt like he was about to die. And his clone was probably wondering if it would become the new original if that happened. Mr. Diochil brought a drink for the boys, impressed that such young kids worked so hard. He was amazed to see such dedicated youth. The truth, however, was that Sang-woo wouldn't even be there if his bank account wasn't about to hit 0. The man asked which university our protagonist attended. And after he said it was Gyeongguk, Mr. Diochil was even more impressed with the kid. He mused that if his daughter were as smart as Sang-woo, maybe she could get into a top university like that too.
Our protagonist then says, "It's not that hard, really. Just a little bit of studying and she'd be able to do it." In that case, the man offers our boy a new job.
He's to become his daughter's tutor and cram knowledge into her head by any means necessary. Diochil even offers a great price for it. Because, of course, a father has to do what's best for his children's future. The next day, Sang-woo felt the full body ache of actually exerting himself. If the clones suffer like this, he thought, maybe I should go a little easier on them. He mentally orders his slave number 1 to come home since it can't work for more than 24 hours straight without getting the police involved. Now that he'd gone easy on his clone, it was time to kick back and grab a bite to eat. After a while, the clone returned home. Sang-woo ordered it to take a shower because it had more work to do. With clone 1 all clean, Sang-woo wanted to try something new. He planned to use a needle to prick the tip of clone 1's finger. The reason in this world, there are abilities that can be awakened. One of them is regeneration. If he injures himself over and over and lets the body heal each time, he might awaken a high regeneration skill. Of course, doing that to himself would be horrible. So the best way is to just hurt the clones. Sang-woo gives a new phone to clone 1. From now on, it has to answer his calls, and while it's at home, it has to be exercising. Sang-woo headed out to upgrade his training regimen and decided to join a gym. His acquaintance ran into him and said he almost didn't recognize him, quipping that there was only half of the old Sang-woo left in that body. Our protagonist replies that he's got a new lifestyle now and is actually on his way to sign up for a gym. His buddy says it's a huge coincidence. He's also heading to a new gym right now because he heard there's a hot instructor there. He drags Sang-woo along to check it out. The protagonist signs up and does the initial tests, but his real intention is to send his clone here to work out every single day. His so-called friend is the type of guy who screams while lifting weights and loves being the center of attention. The acquaintance's awakened ability is strength, so he's naturally strong with a 2-1 strength stat. While he was figuring out how to use the machines, his real friend, Deokil, called to see if he was okay and if he could come over for the first tutoring session with his treasure. Sang-woo headed to the man's house after leaving the gym. By the way, that Celeball didn't even end up joining because, surprise, there wasn't a hot female instructor there. Sang-woo thinks to himself that he got lucky. Now he doesn't have to worry about that guy bothering his clone one. When he got to Dakshil's house, the noise inside was cranked up high. And when the man suddenly flung the door open, the pain got cranked up pretty high too. At least our protagonist just found out what Diochil's daughter looks like. Turns out she really is a treasure. Sang scratches his head, looking ahead thoughtfully. Mr. Deoxil is extremely worried, apologizing profusely for the door incident. A caring hand places a small plate with a sliced apple on the table. It's Diochil's wife. She says she barely recognized the boy because of his weight loss, and he explains that he's been working out a lot since they last saw each other. As he wipes his mouth with a napkin, his gaze shifts to the girl. Miss Han looks a bit nervous, her hands resting on her knees. She's blushing and looking down, but she responds when her name is called. As Sang introduces himself, the euphoric parents notice how meek and blushy she is, believing she's taken a liking to the boy. Hyeon is very embarrassed because she thinks Sang must have heard her yelling through the door. The protagonist confirms she's in her 3rd year and asks to see her grades before they start the lesson. But this makes the girl look like she's just seen a ghost. Sang holds the girl's report card, trying to hide his look of disappointment as he sees her grades. Her grades are not good at all, ranging only between a 6 and a 7. The parents look completely dumbfounded, while the girl is so embarrassed she doesn't know where to look. Dakil slowly stands up and quietly gathers his things with that same dumbfounded look on his face. And then he shouts that he's leaving for work, leaving his wife to deal with the whole mess. Sang stops looking at the girl's report card and shifts his gaze forward again. She's looking down, discouraged, with a face like a lost puppy. With a reassuring smile, he says it's no problem. He didn't have great grades either and knows a lot of tips and tricks. The girl's face lights up like Christmas morning, and she clasps her hands together, excited. Our protagonist says they'll both do their best to reach their goal, and they decide to have tutoring sessions twice a week. Back at Sang's place, we see his apartment complex from the outside. He enters his humble home, thinking that he still has a long way to go. Remembering his tutoring sessions with the girl, the scenes flash through his mind. Hyeon seems very dedicated and hardworking, and she accepts all of her tutor's advice. Putting his coat away, he reflects that it's lucky the girl is smarter than he expected. As he sits down at his computer, he realizes that number 1 must have gone to work. He reflects that for now he's given his clone a cell phone. But if the number of clones increases, managing multiple phones will be a huge hassle. Sang starts browsing a site called Hunter Web, which offers dungeon tips, party finders, skill information, and a marketplace for buying and selling. His goal is to search Hunter Web for a skill related to his own. He sees various ads, people looking for skills, scrolls for sale, and other things. And in shock, he does a spit take when he sees a skill being sold for 100 million won. Another telepathic skill is also for sale for the meager sum of 400 million, and he can't hold back the tears. But the boy reflects that if he had that kind of money, he'd rather buy a house than a skill. Leaning his head back in his chair, he lets out a hopeless sigh. For him, it will take a very long time to save up that much money for a skill. He wonders if hunters really make that much. He checks his bank account on his phone and once again sees how empty it is. Throwing himself under the bed in disgust, The protagonist feels like he just wants the world to explode. But intrusive thoughts start to creep in, and he wonders if he should become a hunter. News articles about hunters and their magnificent feat start popping up on his screen. He stands up lost in thought and not quite sure what to do. Sang starts to think that his cloning ability is amazing, and that he shouldn't just let them do manual labor. Grabbing his coat, the determined boy has a new idea in mind. He gets dressed and decides that he's going to try to become a hunter now. His vitality increases. In the 2000s, portals appeared and monsters poured out of them. More than half the population died. It seemed like humanity would be wiped out forever. But in the midst of all the disaster, humans with special powers began to appear.
And with them on the front lines, humanity won.
And now in 2023, there are people who hunt the remaining monsters. They are the hunters. Sang is watching an online course that explains how he can get his license and become a hunter. He decides to write down tips on how to pass the hunter test and heads to the Hunter Association. As he stretches, he realizes that ever since he started cultivating his vitality, he's been feeling much better, even with less sleep. He enters the association and makes his way through the building. A masked man with a sword on his back is talking to a weapons dealer. Another man, bald and covered in scars, is cleaning the parts of a firearm, and a suspicious-looking old man in a large hat is waiting in a corner of the room. Sang is amazed by how many strange types of people he can see there. He notices that there don't seem to be many people taking the test. A woman in a uniform announces that registration for the test will close in 20 minutes. He knows he needs to head to the basement, but the situation is starting to make his anxiety kick in. He arrives at a room with a sign that reads, "Hunter License, Test Room." With a trembling voice, the protagonist opens the door and says, "Excuse me." Incredibly, every single person in there was either super intimidating or just plain bizarre. No exceptions. Sweating like a pig, he wonders why there are so many people here. Two sinister-looking men laugh at the protagonist for saying, "Excuse me," as if he were some kind of fool. Someone in army boots approaches with firm steps. A scarred hand grips the table tightly. The man is a C-class hunter named Han Mongan, and he will be the proctor for the license test. The test consists of a written exam, a practical test, and an aptitude test. Cheating is strictly forbidden, and he stresses that they never forget the cheaters. The men who were just laughing at Sang fall silent, intimidated. The protagonist is intimidated too. He understands the pressure here is intense. Looking out at all the participants, the instructor announces that the hunter license test will now begin. A car drives down the street. Traffic is flowing smoothly and there's not much congestion. A person on a headset replies that they'll deposit everything before the end of the month. The person on the headset is the car's driver, and he tells his boss to calm down because he's no rookie at this job. But his boss screams through the headset, making the poor guy's ear hurt. The driver's name is Koang, and he works for the JM agency. He knows his boss is going to kill him. He says that money isn't coming in, but there are many places it needs to go. Looking at his watch, he notices it's 15 minutes to 8 o'clock. The hunter's exam is almost over. He keeps driving across a bridge as the setting sun bathes the entire scene in orange. Someone raises their arm with a bracelet, and a status screen announces they've passed the exam. That someone is Sang, who looks confused as he realizes he made it. Everyone told him it was easy, but he never imagined it would be this easy. The written questions were pretty easy, and he only had to memorize a few things. They give you plenty of time to train for the practical test, and the target is super close. And the aptitude test feels more like a middle school ethics quiz with questions like, if he's ever thought about shooting someone. Sang wonders if it's okay for the test to be like this since this job is all about taking risks and using weapons. As he walks back home, he's deep in thought and looks to the side. Looking up at a tall building, he thinks to himself, it seems like the government really wants them to do this. But with a sigh, he decides it's better not to overthink it. Suddenly, he comes across a group of people and some men in suits are handing out business cards. The men are very well dressed and groomed, extremely sharp. They smile warmly as they hand the cards to passers-by. Sang wonders if those are people from the guilds trying to recruit new hunters. And soon someone approaches him and offers him a card too, congratulating him on passing the exam. The card is from the JM agency and it has the name Seo Kang Jun Mo on it. He introduces himself and says that whenever Sang wants to buy an item or find a monster to hunt, they can help him for a small fee. A little awkwardly, the protagonist scratches the back of his neck and thanks him. Then he opens his status screen and something there really surprises him. He realizes his cloning skill has leveled up. It's now at level 2. And while Junmo is still talking, he suddenly runs off in a hurry, saying he'll call them another time. The poor guy is left there whining and whispers for him not to forget to call. Back at his apartment complex, Sang rushes in from the street. He puts a hand over his face and is making some suspicious sounds. The boy is completely euphoric because now he can make 2 clones at once. His new clone is being created. Just like the first one, it appears in a cloud of smoke. Now there are 3 Sangs, and he says he's counting on the good work of his new clone number 2, showing the small card he got from the JM agency. He says that now they are all ready to become hunters. Junmo tosses the remaining cards onto the car seat and says he's finally handed out almost all of them, adjusting his tie. He's hoping they'll contact him soon. Thoughtfully, he looks at his own reflection in the car window, watching the night. We now see a gigantic building, the Hong Guild official building, Korea's number 1. A document with some highlighted information is lying on a desk. A man drinking from a mug says they need to arrange the payment according to what's on the list. Junmo takes the document and says that's fine. But as he looks over the information more carefully, something worries him. In the total payment field, prices for slime fluid, horned rabbit horn, and troll fluid are listed. Sweating, he holds the paper, a bit confused, and starts to ask a question. He noticed the amount looks weird, but before he can finish his sentence, the other man cuts him off, calling him Junmo. With a mocking look, he asks if it hasn't been a while since he joined Hyong, and Junmo confirms that it has. The man then explains that he needs to be sharp, which makes him a little worried. Placing the mug on the table, the guy adds that if they do everything exactly by the book, there won't be anything left for them. He puts a hand on Juno's shoulder, saying he knows he's an upright guy, but they don't need to be so sensitive about the guild's services. Junmo looks furious and ends up crumpling the paper, but the man, still mocking him, asks again if he understood. Back in his car, Junmo says that if he knew it would be such a complicated situation, he would have just kept his mouth shut. A ringtone starts playing from his suit pocket. He quickly reaches for it, thinking it's his cell phone. When he answers, he confirms he's Kang Junmo from the JM agency. On the other end of the line is Jong Sung-woo, who says there's something he'd like to discuss. Night has fallen, and we see the outside of a shopping complex near a cafe called Starlux. Junmo enters the cafe looking for the person he's supposed to meet. Sang is sitting at a nearby table and waves at him as soon as he walks in. Junmo apologizes for making him wait, but Sang explains that he just arrived too. The man asks if they're going to get something to drink. A cafe employee is near the register and Sang says yes, he'd like to get a drink. They ordered an iced coffee that looks delicious. The man confirms if Sang wants to go on a safe hunt, one that even a beginner could handle. Sang says yes. So the man asks what his skill is. With a serious expression holding his coffee, the protagonist says it's cloning. Placing a hand on his chin, Juno thinks he's heard of this skill before, one that creates an illusion that can do anything. As Sang chugs his coffee in one gulp, Junmo thinks that for a rookie who makes illusions, it would be physically difficult for him to be useful in a hunt. But he says it's a good skill anyway and hands over the contract for him to read. The first hunt is recommended to be in slime territory. They aren't dangerous, but when eliminated, they release a toxic gas, so masks will be necessary. Sang uses his phone to take a picture of the contract and says this will be a piece of cake for him. The second would be in the horned rabbits area. It's possible to hunt there for long periods, but since they're hard to catch, it'll be tough to make a lot of money. There are other low-class monsters like giant rats, but the 2 he mentioned before are the only ones where he can guarantee Sang's safety. The protagonist thinks both places sound pretty cool, and he also likes the prices he'll get for the items he collects. And so Sang says he'd like to proceed with that contract. With a friendly smile, Junmo thanks the new hunter. And since he liked both hunting grounds, the man asks if he's decided which one he's going to choose. But with a decisive and cocky move, another one of Sang's hands answers no and stamps the paper. This move startles poor Junmo, and now he realizes he's not just dealing with a copy of the person. He lifts the stamp from the paper and there's his signature in red. Startled, Junmo looks at the person who just stamped the paper. And now, with two Sangs present, they both declare, "When we said we liked both locations, we meant we're doing both." During another client meeting, a man with a sword on his back and spiky hair talks with Junmo. He says he heard the man's ability as cloning. The man looks like a masked ninja, not showing his full face, and he confirms that it's true. Junmo asks to see his cloning technique, and upon seeing the demonstration, he is amazed by what he has just witnessed. The ninja swordsman sheaves his sword back on his back, and his several other clones surround him, all in a battle stance, ready to attack. But Juno realizes that something isn't right here, and he gets worried. And the clones created by the ninja lunge forward in a precise sword attack. The blades seem to pierce right through the body of the original ninja who's sitting in the chair. Poor Junmo covers his face, unable to watch, and begs them to please calm down. With his eyes watering and his heart racing, he looks forward again, and the ninja, now being run through by a fake blade, explains that it's all just an illusion. Nothing is real. Junmo slowly reaches out to touch the sword, but his hand passes right through it as it can't cause any damage at all. But the clones are perfect for drawing the attention of nearby monsters. That tense situation made Junmo nervous, but now he starts to laugh in relief. And snapping back from his memories, the man now thinks that the cloning ability from that time was definitely an illusion. But this time, he can clearly see the situation is very different. Sang picked up the contracts with his own hands to check the conditions. On top of that, he also drank coffee like a camel dying of thirst. With an extremely worried expression, the man realizes this is his first time seeing an ability like this. Just to test the waters, he decides to ask if they are twins by any chance. This question makes Sang burst out laughing. Pointing to his clone, he says, still cracking up that it's understandable he would think that. He places a hand on his copy's shoulder to show that it's physical. Sang explains that this guy right here is his clone. Junmo might have confused his ability with someone else's, but this clone is real, and he even adds that he has another copy, but he sent that one to the academy. Juno is surprised and asks if the clones can also build muscle. The protagonist says yes. If his clone gets stronger, he gets stronger too. It's possible to increase his stats using clones. This makes the man start to think that this ability isn't merely an F-class skill, but has gigantic potential. But getting back to the hunting grounds, Sang has a question for him. He wants to know if it would be a problem for the same person to enter multiple locations at the same time. Junmo explains that entering simultaneously would be difficult because there's a record of a person's entry. With a grim look on his face, the boy knows that if this bureaucracy exists, it would be a huge problem for him. But the charitable Junmo says he will try to talk to the association about it and asks him to come along. Scratching his head, the boy says that's fine, but he won't be able to use the ability until tomorrow afternoon because of the cooldown time. So Junmo asks them to meet in 2 days at the Hunter Center. With a somewhat suspicious expression, he asks about the contract, and with his stamp in hand, Sang says he already stamped it and that he checked the percentage ratio in the photo that number 2 sent earlier. The man then suddenly stands up, and this movement startles poor Sang. Extending his hand to him, Juno says he's looking forward to working together. And with a somewhat distant look in his eyes, Sang begins to reflect on the important step he has just taken. Finally, they shake hands, sealing the deal. The clone remains apathetic, sitting in his place while the two seal the contract with a handshake. 2 days later, back at the huge Hunter Center building, our protagonist is walking down the street attentively, looking from side to side. Someone calls out for Hunter Nim, and he looks up, surprised. Junmo adjusts his tie while saying the boy arrived early and it wasn't time yet. Sang explains that he came quickly in case he was already waiting and asks if this is the association inside the Hunter Center. Junmo confirms, and they take a number from a ticket machine. The place is very large, and a voice calls out for the next hunters to be served until it's Sang's turn, and the clerk asks if he wants to get dual access to the hunting ground. He explains to the protagonist that he is the first person since someone named Jumper to request this right to dual access. As expected, this is not a common case, and the employees search through piles of files. Sometime later, The employee returns and asks him to go to the civil service office to process the relevant documents. That whole mountain of paper startles both Sang and Junmo, who just stare at the giant pile. The man says he will take care of these documents and asks the boy to head to the skill demonstration room. He goes to a counter with a female attendant and hands over the stack of papers. Meanwhile, Sang arrives at a room where there's a young woman in a lab coat and a transparent chamber. Concentrating, he forms a cloud of energy like he always does when he's about to summon his clones, and a new Sang appears in front of him, perfectly identical and completely naked. Apparently, the protagonist forgot about this little detail, and it leaves the young woman quite embarrassed. Elsewhere, a man is working on the bracelet with high-precision tools. He's examining a specific part with sharp focus, and then he announces that the identical ID bracelet is complete. Now, the clones can access the hunting grounds by scanning their fingerprints. Simultaneous entries and exits are possible, and wherever he enters, the clone can enter too. The excited man says this is an unprecedented ability, not just in Korea, but in the entire world. Sang finds the man's attitude a bit invasive, grabs his clone, and says they're leaving. The man is a bit disappointed as he believed the clone could have been an excellent test subject. Sang meets up with Junmo again and says that the authorization request is finished. Now all the preparations for the solo hunt are complete, and he and his clone are ready. Junmo asks if he's heading to the hunting ground now, and he says yes because his schedule is free today. The man asks why he's hiding the clone with a mask, and the protagonist explains that there are a lot of people interested in him. But while the two are talking, someone is watching the three of them from a floor above. It's a person with a sinister aura, showing a malicious smile. This person is the Hyang Guildmaster, Shin Haesung. He scratches the back of his neck and says he was wondering who it was and found out it's Junmo. And then he yells Kong Junmo's name from above, grabbing the guy's attention. A loud noise comes from upstairs. A huge crash and surprising everyone on the floor below. The guild leader jumps from the upper level, making a heroic landing. With a smirk, he says it's been a while and that they're meeting in a place like this too. Sang gets a little tense. He looks at the man who just landed and thinks he might know him. Shin starts to get up and says he didn't know he was still working as a hunter. The protagonist recognizes that guy is the guildmaster and that he fell from at least a few floors up. Junmo aims a serious and apathetic expression looking directly at Shin. Almost through clenched teeth, he greets the man very politely. This sends the man into a fit of laughter. He asks what he means by sir and all these formalities. Looking him over, he asks who this guy is. Junmo explains that he is a hunter associated with their company. Shin's pupils dilate and he sighs a little. Looking the protagonist up and down, he says he understands, and then his eyes are drawn to one thing in particular. He asks Junmo if Sang is perhaps an F rank. The protagonist doesn't like this assumption at all and looks completely dejected. With a trembling voice mocking poor Junmo, he says that someone who once supervised C and D ranks has fallen this far. And while laughing hysterically, he says he can't believe he's now taking care of an F rank, especially one dressed in a sweatshirt like that. This irritates Junmo, who clenches his jaw, holding back the urge to insult the big shot's entire family line. But Sang places a hand on his shoulder as if to tell him to calm down. He has a serene expression unfazed by the pompous man's mockery. The man in turn is even wiping tears from his eyes from laughing so hard. He puffs up his chest at Sang and says it looks like he has something to say, but the protagonist returns it with a very friendly smile as if he's come in peace. And he says he's honored to meet the country's #1 guildmaster. The flattery technique worked. Shin says he doesn't have the eyes of an F rank and seems to have his head on straight. But with a more sinister aura, Sang says he's not done yet. And that's not all. That the guild is #1 in the country's dungeon monopoly. Shin's expression brightens even more. And it's also #1 in hunting ground restrictions and in terms of payment rates. Sang acts overwhelmed, saying that for someone so important to be complimenting him, he has no idea what to do now. Scratching the back of his neck, Shin says the boy has guts and feels flattered, and a sinister energy begins to emanate from him as his smile turns dark. He places his hands on Sang's shoulders and says he wants to see if his skills are as good as his courage. This worries our protagonist, who immediately starts sweating nervously. But interrupting the situation, a man with glasses and a bowl cut shouts for his sir. He comes running towards Shin, who refers to the four-eyed man as a buzzkill. And because of that, he says, "That's all for today," and steps away from the boy. Looking at him with malicious eyes, he asks for the protagonist's name. But our boy doesn't just hand over the information and tells him to find out for himself. Waving his hand, he says he's a fun guy and says goodbye to Mr. Junmo. The man with glasses gives Mr. Shin a little scolding, saying he shouldn't leave the association like that. Now in the car, Junmo Song and his clone are silent and thoughtful. A bit awkwardly, Juno thanks the protagonist for what he did earlier, but he says he couldn't just stand by and watch. He had to act. Juno asks if he knew about his relationship with the Hyang Guild. The boy replies that he's no fool and found out a few things by researching the JM agency. He says he had trouble finding material, but managed to find a rumor that Junmo was fired from the guild. Some pages show people commenting that the guild is horrible, among other Crutter insults. And Sang adds that there were comments telling people to never join the JM agency because they would be targeted by the Hyang Guild. So, a little confused, Junmo asks why he chose this agency, and with a sly grin, the boy replies, "It was because of the very good payment rate." The clone, as usual, is mute and silent, just looking out the car window. Besides, the protagonist says he can trust Juno if there's anything he can't handle in the industry and with the guild. The man is flattered by this show of trust and grips the steering wheel firmly with both hands. And so he thanks him from the heart, and they continue on their way through traffic. Inside the gym, some background music is playing to hype up the gym goers. A hand wrapped in bandages, already covered in bruises, trembles while performing the exercise. Toned and trembling legs also push on with full determination. It's Sang's clone, completely focused on the exercises, which even makes the other people at the gym worried. The instructor bites his thumbnail watching all that unusual effort. A woman approaches and asks if it's okay for him to keep pushing himself like that, but the instructor explains that he tried to talk to him, but he won't listen. The poor clone looks exhausted, but continues to do as ordered until a sound comes from his pocket. Holding the bar firmly with his injured hands, he takes a quick break to check a message on his phone. It's Jong Sang-woo, who asks him to finish his workout, take a shower, and wait in front of the gym at 4:00. The clone then slams a can of a drink in a single gulp and stops his workout. The worried woman says it looks like he's stopped for now, and the instructor breathes a sigh of relief. In a dark cave, you can see some lava slimes crawling on the floor. The slimes are everywhere, from the floor to the walls, and even dripping from the cave ceiling. One of them explodes, making a loud noise and releasing a strange gas.
A person in a full uniform and a gas mask is holding a hammer.
After hitting the slime, they point a type of suction hose at the leftover goo, and this goo is absorbed into a container on their back, already almost full of red liquid. The person in the gas mask walks through a blue portal and heads towards two armed guards. The person is none other than Sang, who takes off his mask and breathes a sigh of relief. Junmo asks him how it went, and he says the gas mask is really uncomfortable. Junmo explains that although the slime hunting ground is safe, hunters don't really go there, and the profit isn't great either. Looking at his damaged glove, Sang realizes he probably won't be doing this for long. He has to fill the container and unload it. But no matter how patient a person is, it's hard to endure for more than 6 hours. Junmo says he could last more hours if he had a better gas mask and good quality equipment. Sang is pretty sure he couldn't even stand it for 2 hours, let alone 6. But with a brilliant idea, he points to his clone and asks, what if he went in his place? And without a shred of pity, the boy shoves a gas mask onto the clone's face. He also firmly ties the laces of his combat boots and puts on his gloves to protect his hands from the elements. Proud and full of hope, Sang says goodbye to his clone and wishes good luck to number 2. And without wasting any more time, he asks Junmo if they can go to the horned rabbit hunting ground now. He was about to point to clone number 1, but he isn't there with them. With a blank look on his face, Sang remembers he still hasn't picked him up from the gym. Poor clone number 1 is waiting with his gym bag, his body trembling from the intense workout. There he is, clone number 1, waiting just as his master ordered. A car approaches and parks right next to him. Sang yells from the window, telling number 1 to get in the car. The sun is setting over the big city, casting a wonderful glow. Junmo asks if Sang plans on just calling his clones number 1 and number 2. The protagonist explains that since they're all identical, things would just get confusing if he started giving them creative names. The man agrees, saying that since they're clones, names aren't really necessary anyway. Changing the subject, Sang says he heard that people normally use guns to hunt the horned rabbits. Making a gun gesture with his hand, he asks if he'll need to prepare any special equipment for that. Junmo explains that he can use his own gear, but there's also equipment available for rent at the hunting ground, though it's not free, but he agrees the boy will need his own equipment eventually. Since rented gear can only be used on site, it's easier for the owners to retrieve it. With his hand on his face, Sang starts to think until he hears something. The man tells him they've arrived. That's what the sound was. Now they're at the Ujangan field filled with battle tanks and all sorts of military hardware. The guards securing the area are heavily equipped and armed. One of them is holding light sticks, signaling the way for tanks and aircraft. Sang realizes the place is enormous. It's nothing like the slime hunting ground. Juno explains this is the famous field where a monster invasion once took place. Putting a hand to his chin, the boy thinks he's heard about this before. Normally, portals are disconnected from the outside world, and most hunts happen after the hunters have already gone inside. However, in some cases, a monster comes through the portal and destroys the surroundings, turning the area into a battlefield. And 5 years ago, a monster invasion happened right here. Most of the strongest monsters were defeated, leaving only a few F and E class ones behind. So it's a great spot. Worried, Sang asks if there will be any complaints about the noise. The two get ready to enter the field, stopping at a weapon rental shop. A scowling attendant shows them a powerful gun and says it'll be 700,000 won in total. Wincing at the price, Sang knows that's a ton of money, but he hands over his card. Junmo explains that the ammunition is the biggest expense, but if he manages to hunt just one horned rabbit, everything changes. They're that valuable. The area is divided into sections, even inside the field itself, and the spot they're heading to is on the 3rd floor. They reach the spot and the man in front announces that they've arrived at their destination. And while they're standing there, a deafening blast erupts. Juno claps his hands over his ears. The field has a surprisingly pleasant vibe. There are people shooting and others eating on the side, resting and taking a break. A long-haired man smoking a cigarette is holding a gun, complaining that he missed again. And another guy wearing a bucket hat is holding a horned rabbit he just hunted. He already has a few in his bag, the result of a very successful hunt. This impresses our protagonist, who was told that hunting even one is a huge challenge. Sang's spot is number 4, so Junmo points out where the boy needs to go. As they get ready, the man asks if he's confident in his shooting skills. Sang assembles his gun and lets out a smug laugh, asking Junmo who he thinks he is. Getting cocky, he says he only missed 3 shots during his shooting test, but the target back then was much closer. He finishes assembling the gun and says he feels very sorry for the horned rabbits. And to protect his ears from the gunfire, he puts on a pair of earmuffs. As he aims his rifle, he declares that the rabbits won't be able to escape the aim of the eagle eye of Jangan. For a moment, Junmo is just glad everyone there is wearing ear protection. The protagonist manages to spot a rabbit standing still in the field. He shouts at the top of his lungs that he found one, and his speed surprises Junmo. Calmly and sharply, he zeroes in on the center of his target. Then, with the utmost care, he squeezes the trigger. As he fires his first shot, he thinks to himself, the hunt begins. Now, 3 hours later, night has fallen over the hunting ground, and the sky is dark. Our protagonist looks like he's seen a ghost. His eyes wide with shock. He didn't manage to land a single shot, and he's devastated. Utterly disappointed, he slumps into his chair and says that it makes sense. He felt like his aim was perfectly fine. But the rabbits have very long ears and extremely sharp hearing, so they can detect the shot before it even arrives. And given the distance from the tower to the field, they have time to escape. Frustrated, Sang explains that the moment he tried to fire, the horned rabbit bolted. Agent Junmo also had to leave because it was getting late. Unfortunately, he didn't even make back the money he spent on ammo. He wonders if he should just call it a day. He calls out for number 1, who promptly answers his master. Sang orders him to hunt the rabbits with the gun. Whenever he catches one, he's to send Sang a message, and if he runs out of bullets, He should call. Disappointed, the poor protagonist sighs, hating that he has to resort to this. And so he decides to head home since his day is over. Back in the comfort of his home, he's in bed looking at his status screen. He notices small increases in his mana, which are happening because number 2 is hunting slimes very effectively. Opening his overall status window, he sees the significant boosts taking place. His stats are increasing constantly, but something is worrying him. He remembers what happened earlier with the leader of the Heisen Guild who almost got him into serious trouble. Closing his eyes and trying to calm down, he knows he still has a long way to go. The boy is starting to get sleepy. He yawns after such an eventful day, but he can't stop thinking about those pesky little rabbits that managed to get away from him. Sang's eyes snap open again, finding it hard to relax. He just hopes number 1 can catch at least one horned rabbit to make the investment in the gun worthwhile. Finally, he turns over in bed and seems to be drifting off to sleep. But then his phone screen lights up and a few message notifications pop up on the screen in the middle of the night. Among the 46 unread messages, many of them are from his clone who managed to hunt some rabbits. It's a beautiful day in the city. The sky is partly cloudy, but still mostly blue. We see a shop in a building complex surrounded by various signs. Junmo is lost in thought, his arms crossed as he gazes out the window. A ringing phone shatters his peaceful moment. He answers promptly, identifying himself as from the JM agency. The voice on the other end asks if this is the agency for the hunter, Jongsang Wu. The person introduces himself. He's the manager of the slime hunting ground. He asks Junmo to come quickly and stops. When Junmo asks why, the man explains that Sang has been hunting for 24 hours straight and he's completely lost it. Worried and with a noticeably shaken voice, Junmo says he'll be there as soon as he can. Meanwhile, our hero is just waking up from a very nice nap. Upon checking his phone, he notices he's received a few messages and that number 1 has run out of ammo. And suddenly, his eyes go wide as he checks his notifications. He wonders why he has so many messages piled up. Sang looks like he's just seen a ghost, his eyes glued to the screen. The agent has already arrived at the slime hunting ground, and he's also wearing the same shocked expression. Huge tanks of slime liquid are completely full. The hunt was extremely successful. The man wonders how he was able to fill all these storage containers in just one day. The other soldiers approach a masked man, seemingly worried about him. A red liquid starts to drip from the man's mask. Juno takes out his cell phone and makes a call, thinking, "This is really not the time for this." On the other end of the line, Sang answers the phone. Frantically, the agent tells him his clone filled all the containers and they're about to clear everything out. So he needs to order the clone to stop hunting. Sang is happy to hear this, but then he asks if the cleaners can also head over to Ujangon. And Junmo asks what he means by that. And then we see it. A massive mountain of hunted horned rabbits at the location. The protagonist explains that the monster carcasses are blocking everyone's way. A man there says he can't even count the number of rabbits. Everyone is shocked. Another person whispers that no one would notice if he took one. Clone number 1 is sitting at his post, wearing a cap and mask like any other man, but with his hands dirty from all the hunting. Then a man in a suit approaches him holding out a business card. He says the clone has shown incredible skills. The card has information for the Brown Bear Guild. The leader is Kim Byong. And before the clone can accept the card, the man asks if he's already part of a guild, but the clone remains completely silent, ignoring the man's questions. Shaking with nervousness, the man in the suit tries to stay calm, knowing that most talented people are a bit weird. Another man in a suit nearby crosses his arms and just says, "No, no." A line of men in suits is right next to them, and they've all tried to talk to the clone, but he says nothing. Then he realizes they are all recruiters from major guilds. While the men in suits are talking, Sang approaches the clone and hands him a small green box. And in a low voice, he tells him it's more ammo. Still whispering, he tells the clone to keep hunting. And if the agent shows up to let him handle the carcasses, the protagonist pats his clone on the shoulder, praising him and saying, "That was really good." And for the first time, we see some kind of emotion from the clone. He looks genuinely happy to receive a compliment. And without further delay, he reloads his weapon with more ammo and gets ready for more. Everyone around is stunned to see him getting ready to hunt again. But many there are eager and curious to see how this mysterious man operates. Some even start filming. Far from there, Sang starts to think that he might have underestimated what his clones are capable of. Right now, the clones are receiving 50% of his stats, which means they can do 50% of what Sang can. But their ability to act like machines without any hesitation and with immense concentration are huge advantages. The protagonist is lost in thought about the advantages of his clones when a voice shouting, "Teacher!" snaps him out of his trance. Turning his head, the young woman asks him what he's thinking so hard about. He tries to compose himself, saying he just observed her activity and it was much better than last time, but she insists on asking what he was really thinking about. Sang explains it's nothing major. He just went to a hunting ground and did better than he expected. Hyan is shocked to learn that her tutor is a hunter and even stands up from her chair. The boy forgot that he never mentioned it, and she says she had no idea. Then she takes out her phone and asks if her teacher knows who the hunter is that everyone's been gossiping about today. She shows him a video and says it's Yu Jang-son's Hawkeye sharpshooter, and Sang nearly chokes when he sees it's his clone. Still a bit dazed from the shock, he can't manage to answer if he knows who it is. She moves the phone even closer to him and says the man has already hunted over 200 rabbits and might set a new record, but he doesn't say a word. He doesn't respond to anyone, and that makes him even cooler because he's so mysterious. When asked for his name, he only replied that he is Yu Jang-son's Hawkeye. This information makes Sang's face sink. The young woman says she thinks the hunter is really cool and that her real dream is to become a hunter too. The protagonist asks if she's an awakened. She says yes and that she has a license too. But she's afraid to go to the hunting grounds. She gulps, taking a moment as she looks at the protagonist, tucking her hair behind her ear. She asks if she gets a good grade. Could he take her to a hunting ground just once? Sang says, that's not hard, but if she can pass the university entrance exam, he will definitely take her. The girl gets excited immediately, and he explains that he also knows some safe hunting grounds. Then she holds up her pinky finger, asking him to seal the deal with a promise. The boys sigh, pleased to see his student's determination and willingness, and so he seals their agreement, linking his pinky with hers. With a determined smile, she tells him not to change his mind. As night falls, Sang asks her to keep it up because this way he knows she'll be able to get into Gyeongguk University. A while later, the bedroom door opens, letting the light spill out. Hyan's mother is washing the dishes and is surprised to see the lesson has already ended. She asks if the lesson went well, and the protagonist confirms that everything went fine. Hyan has her ear pressed against the door, listening to her mother and her teacher talk about her. He's praising her. The woman offers to have Sang stay for dinner, but he says he has somewhere he needs to be and says he'll be back on Monday. Hearing this, the girl immediately starts to sweat. She flops onto the bed, dreamily hugging a teddy bear and thinking about her appointment with him,
forming a small flame in her hand.
She says that her teacher is a hunter, and thanks to that, their conversation today was great. At first, she didn't like the idea because he was someone her father knew, but now she's changed her mind. She starts to remember her teacher's smile, and her heart begins to race. He's kind, considerate, and on top of that, she thinks he's a great teacher. The girl also remembers the sincere smile Sang shows her sometimes during their lessons, clutching her teddy bear tightly as she blushes. She thinks that he's pretty cute, too. But suddenly the girl's expression changes. She turns red and sighs. She sits down in her chair with a more serious and determined posture and decides to study harder. The night is calm and quiet. The sky is completely dark and our protagonist is at the hunter base. He's in an elevator wondering if the carcass collection is over yet. Juno is already there waiting and is surprised to see the protagonist. Seeing his agent, Sang asks if he was there too. Nearby, several men are carrying boxes. Junmo explains that he was checking on the collection process and asks where Sang was. Sang explains that he was working as a tutor. A man carries a large horned rabbit on his back. The agent says he's called collection teams to many fields before, but this is the first time he's ever called such a large number of carcass collection teams just for horned rabbits. The total was 352, and collecting all of them requires a lot of people. Several men are working on it right there. Juno asks if Sang has checked the payment he sent, but Sang says he hasn't seen it yet and will check it now. And suddenly that once meager bank account is now stuffed with cash. This leaves Sang with a look on his face like he just won the lottery jackpot. With sweat on his face, he asks if it's really supposed to be that much money. Junmo explains that his skills surpassed Frank, so he adjusted the payment to the 83% rate used for E-rank hunters. Feeling grateful, Sang says he's not E-rank yet, but he thanks him profusely for it. Someone standing near their conversation calls out to them. Sang, the clone, and Junmo all look in the direction of the person who called out to them. The man looks tough, has a scar on his face, and rudely asks if Junmo is his manager, and he points to the clone, who is still wearing his little cap and mask. The agent steps in front of the clone and asks who's asking. He says he's a hunter whose prey was stolen, and he does not look happy about it. All the rabbits he was targeting were stolen by the clone, so he says today's entire hunt should be credited to him. Placing a hand on the back of his neck, the smug guy says they should pay for it. Junmo is a little apprehensive. It's never fun dealing with this type of person. He whispers to Sang that they apparently chose the wrong place, and Sang says he didn't know these kinds of people existed. Placing a hand on his chin, our protagonist starts thinking about what to do in this situation. Then, very quietly, he tells his agent he has an idea. The opportunistic jerk watches the two of them talking and asks what they're whispering about, but holding out his hand, he says he's a man of scruples and will accept just 10% of the total payment. As if his soul had just left his body, Sang just looks completely dumbfounded. The man asks if he's laughing and if he thinks he looks like some kind of clown. Sang puts a hand on his clone's shoulder and tells the man not to worry because he won't be back here for a few days. He tells his agent they should go, but the man gets irritated and refuses to back down, saying he's not finished yet. The two of them simply ignore the man and walk past him with Sang saying they're going to the nearby cafe. This makes the guy extremely furious. The veins on his forehead start to pop out. Then he winds up for a big punch aimed right at the protagonist, screaming at him not to ignore him, and quickly Sang orders number 1 to act. The clone's eyes glow like a newly activated robot, and the clone steps in front of the punch that's just about to hit the protagonist. The punch lands with full force. He's thrown backwards by the impact, and the man looks a little confused. The force of the punch was incredible, and poor number 1 goes flying. He crashes into some boxes in his path like a pinball, and finally he lands hard on his back with his arms spread wide. The punch probably hurt his face because there are scuff marks on his mask. The thug's demeanor completely changes now. He gets upset, saying he didn't even hit him that hard. So, Sang takes advantage of this, raises his phone, and starts recording everything, yelling about how cruel the man is. The protagonist yells that people won't let it slide if they find out someone acted with such violence in a sacred hunting ground. And then, the thug is at a loss, looking all around as the cleanup crew stares at him, shouting loudly. Sang says it would be a real shame if this video ended up on the Hunter web. The man's face is red and veiny. He's super nervous and completely at a loss for words. Getting closer to him, the protagonist places his hand on the guy's shoulder, looking utterly convincing. With a sinister aura, he then suggests that they should just go their separate ways. The man starts to grit his teeth in rage, left with very little choice. Later, at a cozy cafe with some chairs outside, Sang is having a drink and asks, startled, about the Haeong Guild. Junmo thinks the hunter who was looking for a fight earlier was a member of that guild. Since the Haeong Guild is so large, it has all sorts of people, including those brawling scumbags. While the clone chugs his drink in a single gulp, Sang asks how the agent knew the guy was from that guild. Junmo explains that from the moment he walked in, the man wouldn't stop giving him a sinister stare, and he believes that can only be the work of the Hung Guild. Sang says it might be a matter of revenge. They might have done it thinking that Sang's clone was another hunter contracted with the JM agency. The agent admits that the JMA's hunters don't last long and leave quickly with only a few francs left. And even now, poor Yuno can't guarantee there won't be more sabotage from Haeong, but confidently, our boy says he already knew about all of that and still agreed to join them. This doesn't reassure the poor agent much, but he understands. Sang says he won't let those scoundrels threaten him like this, and he adds that he has a plan to get stronger really fast. The boy continues chatting with his colleague, and the man seems impressed because the kid is pretty sharp. Their conversation goes on for a while. Time passes, and they enjoy themselves at the cafe, and after a long discussion, the boy asks what the man thinks of his idea. With a somewhat stunned expression, Juno says he'd never thought of it that way. He jots it down in his little notebook and asks if 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon would work. And the agreed-upon location will be the giant Hunter Market, a beautiful building. The Hunter Market is a gigantic building with colorful floors and everything a hunter could ever want. It deals in equipment, weapons, and has been active since the very beginning. Everyone does their shopping there. However, a type of department store entered the market and took over most of this industry. Since they had every piece of equipment a hunter could possibly want, Sang is trying on some awesome armor. That armor is made of titanium and protects against E-class monsters. Wearing the suit, our protagonist says it's very comfortable and light, and he loved it. On top of that, it also has a dagger strategically placed at his side, drawing a sharp blade from it. The boy says that since he'll be using weapons, this is a great feature. So he asks for 2 more sets identical to the armor he's wearing, and the seller quickly agrees. The boy leaves loaded with merchandise. He has the power of money now. Juno remembers that he also needed some skills. He's looking for a familiar skill, but he doesn't know if they'll be able to find it in this market. The agent tells them to check out a store called Heritage. This shop has several interesting items that look like those crystal balls witches use. The 2 start looking through the display cases for what our boy wants, until Sang finally finds what he was looking for in a blue orb. The skill is called Familiar, and it allows the hunter to share their senses with their summons and pets. And besides enabling many things, it also costs a fortune. Wondering if he really needed 2 kidneys or if it was worth selling one to buy the skill, the boy puts his hand on his face. With a shameless look, he asks his agent for an advance. Poor Junmo gets tears in his eyes, but says he can try to lend him 50 million won. Sang thanks him and says he can figure out the rest of the amount with a few installments. But despite risking his credit, the boy has a lot of faith that the skill will be useful, and with its help they can get the money back in no time. So the 2 buy the expensive little orb, and he takes it to another location. Our boy starts to read the instruction manual for the device. There are 2 rules on how to activate the skill for mana users and non-users. Since he doesn't know how to use mana, he uses a small remote to turn the thing on. And he places his hand very close to it so it's in contact with his body. He's a little apprehensive about whether this will work and trembles slightly. And squeezing his eyes shut, he decides to press the button on the remote. An orange light begins to pour out of the orb, illuminating the entire room. The light expands so much that it forms a huge explosion. And then the notification screen pops up announcing that the familiar skill has been created. This skill is at level 1 and shares senses with the chosen target. Sang looks at his hands with a perplexed expression. The skill orb disappears after that whole explosion of light. And clenching his fists, the protagonist can feel the power flowing through his veins. He gets up from the floor and calls his beloved and obedient clones. The 2 walk in perfect sync, coming together to their master. They're already dressed for the mission, wearing the armor he bought earlier. Sang looks at the 2 of them with an encouraging gaze and tells them to begin. Before this, when the protagonist was chatting with his agent, he asked what he thought about the hunt's results. He said the outcome was wonderful and that he never would have expected such a result. Sang explains that the clones only have half of his stats, but one of them managed to catch over 300 rabbits. And even when he ordered the clone to take a punch for him, it stepped in front without any fear. It takes a lot of determination not to be afraid of taking a fist to the face. And Sang believes it would also be fully capable of beating up that thug if it wanted to. Junmo understands that the boy is saying that even with lower stats, they have better control of their bodies. He confirms this and says he's going to use it to his advantage. The agent asks how he plans to do that, and he explains that first, he needs 2 places, training grounds, so he can practice his long-range and short-range skills. They arrive at one of these training grounds, and a burly instructor appears to greet them, and they also go to another shooting range to practice their aim by shooting at clay pigeons. The protagonist decides he's going to push the clones' training to the absolute limit so they can surpass their boundaries. Both the muscle-bound instructor at the physical training ground and the elderly man at the shooting range are impressed by the clone's attitude. At the physical training ground, the clone wants to have a duel, and the teacher is worried about it. And at the shooting range, instead of using a shotgun, as is customary, the other clone wants a pistol. Both clones have the same determined and courageous look in their eyes, and they say they're sure. At the physical training ground, the clone grabs his batons and tells his opponent to get ready. And at the shooting range, the clone picks up a real pistol, not a practice one. The shooting instructor is very wary of the situation, and holding a device, he tells them to begin. Meanwhile, at the physical training ground, the instructor sent the craziest guy to fight against the clone. The two begin their challenges. The crazy man lunges forward, and the clay pigeon flies into the sky. With a super-fast move, the clone manages to snatch one of the crazy opponent's batons, and the other clone manages to hit the flying pigeon with a single pistol shot. The burly instructor's jaw is on the floor, unable to believe what he's seeing. Meanwhile, the shooting instructor looks like he's just seen a ghost. The physical training clone is still in a fighting stance, holding his baton attentively, and the shooter clone holds his gun, which is still smoking from the shot. We return to Sang and Juno's conversation, and he explains that this is why he needs the familiar skill. The agent is surprised by this well-thought-out explanation. He still doesn't understand why the boy wants to share his vision with the clone, but Sang explains it's not just for his vision. Sang explains that it's important to remember that the other senses will also be connected. Imagine if he uses his skill while the clones are practicing shooting or fighting. At that moment, the boy closes his eyes and tries to concentrate as hard as he can, and then he activates his familiar skill. The aura around the boy turns neon blue, and you can even see a simmering energy. It's like a big bang in his senses, and he begins to experience many sensations. He can see his clone who is fighting with the baton, and he can also see the wild opponent approaching with full force. The protagonist can see the fight from a distance as it happens in real time. He can control the angle of his joints and his body's balance to dodge attacks. And with that, the clone manages to avoid the blow with ninja-like reflexes. The movement of muscles and the flow of force are also controlled by Sang. In addition, he also controls the breathing during the preparation for the shot. This makes his clone's aim and dexterity infinitely better. The aim and the direction of vision are also strategically modified. The clay pigeon seems to move in slow motion, making it much easier to hit.
And Sang can do all of this for every single one of his clones' movements in their entirety.
He is still with his eyes closed, concentrating on every move. Now he slowly opens his eyes, returning to his reality. And with a determined smile, he knows that now he can have them all. As he uses the familiar skill, the aura around him forms a blue flame. Convinced it was a fantastic deal, he looks at his hand, proud of his skill. The experiences he just had were magnificent, like the rush of air as the opponent's staff passed by his face, or the smell of gunpowder and the kickback from the gun he fired, and he can even feel the fatigue his clones must be feeling. But he didn't move at all. He just shared their senses, and he got to experience the movements of his clones, who have bodies identical to his own. So it's as if he could imitate any of those movements right now. A status screen suddenly pops up, notifying him that his strength and cooldown time have increased. He decides to reconnect with number 1 and see who he's fighting.
And again, he closes his eyes and starts to concentrate to activate the skill.
Sang once again unleashes his flaming blue aura, releasing his power. We can see several punching bags around the place. He has just transported himself to the gym. Number 1 is in a battle stance, holding his staffs and looking at his opponent. This opponent also uses 2 staffs. It's that man in the kimono who looks like one of the strongest fighters. Sang can see that this opponent might be quite a challenge. The other students in the dojo are shocked to see that the trainer is going to fight personally. Both opponents prepare to start the fight. Number 1 starts the battle with a precise strike that immediately knocks one of the trainer's weapons away. The blow is extremely powerful, knocking the muscular trainer off balance. And in his thoughts, the big guy believes he lacks experience with staffs in his attacks. But his defense is different. It seems like he's able to predict every attack. This worries the trainer, and he begins to focus more. The veins on his face bulge, and with that he manages to land a direct hit on the clone's staff. This makes the clone feel the impact, and his arms tremble slightly. He raises his arm with phenomenal strength that even startles the instructor. The 2 opponents bring their faces close in a sinister stare down. The instructor is amazed by the force of the attack and by his ability to copy his move in an instant. Things are looking bad for the big guy, who starts to worry about his chances of winning the challenge. So he unleashes a last resort move with his arms, but the clone manages to dodge. The crowd goes wild, unable to believe he managed to dodge it. And taking advantage of the instructor's open guard, he makes his move. He manages to land the blow, which hits the staff but also affects the man's shoulder. Shocked, the instructor feels the impact of the attack, as if smoke were rising from his staff. He realizes he's also been cornered. The wall is right behind him. Seeing he has the advantage, number 1 already prepares his next attack. But the instructor hasn't shown all the tricks up his sleeve yet. And using the wall for support, he manages to do a flip and dodge the blow from above. This move greatly impresses Sang, whose eyes go wide. The brawny man lands from his jump right behind the protagonist's clone with his eyes glazed over and ultra-focused on his movements. He's still ready. The students there are proud of their trainer, but they know it was a close call. Meanwhile, poor Sang feels the result of his last attack. An excruciating pain in his wrist. As he gets up, the trainer says that last blow was very dangerous. He asks number 1 if he still wants to continue. Through his thoughts, Sang asks his clone if he's okay, and the copy lowers his head, his face hidden by his cap. In an extraordinary leap, he performs the exact same move as the trainer, using the wall for momentum. This leaves the other students present completely speechless, and the trainer too, who doesn't even know where to look. Sang speaks with his clone again through his thoughts, asking if he's going to continue. Number 1 finishes his jump exactly as the trainer did with a successful landing, and holding his staff close to his face, he politely asks to go again. Smiling, the trainer accepts the challenge, preparing his staffs. Sang has seen enough there and decides to switch to number 2. A blue aura forms around the clone, activating the skill. The target was shattered in mid-air, turning into tiny fragments. A blonde, well-dressed man laughs and asks if his darling saw that. A woman with long black hair claps and says she did, calling him dear. Sang prefers to stay quiet so as not to offend anyone, but he finds the whole scene pretty cringy. He realizes number 2 is so zoned in that he's even shooting at the targets of the people next to him. He decides to let it go and just focus on the shot. The well-dressed man asks for more targets. Now it's number 2's turn, and he gets into position at the shooting range. Sang makes sure his upper body is stable and readies his aim. He knows he needs to keep his body still and just pivot, following the target's trajectory. And then when the sight and the supposed trajectory line up, he'll prepare to pull the trigger. And just like that, the clay pigeon shatters into pieces. Another point for our skilled marksman. The gun releases a puff of smoke after the shot. Number 2 is still observing the result of his skillful shot. Sang tells him to always remember every single detail. With a determined and ready gaze, shooter number 2 is on fire. The sky is already turning orange as the sun begins to set. Sang is focused, his flaming blue aura indicating that he's using his familiar skill. He opens his eyes with a serious, unfriendly expression. The boy is completely drained as switching between number 1 and number 2 is taking a huge toll on him. Looking at his own hand, he starts to see everything spin. His mana has run out and he's starting to feel very dizzy. Now it's time to rest. Now the protagonist is sitting on a bench. The clone's movements are pretty wild. Since they don't feel fear or hesitation, they just charge forward. Next time, he wants to go with them to test what might happen if he tries it himself. Someone approaches the spot where Sang is sitting. A very familiar girl with purple hair passes by. It's Hyong, and she recognizes him and immediately calls out to him. The protagonist is surprised to run into her there by chance. Worried, he asks her what she's doing there so late at night, and she explains she was at the library. He's suspicious of her, but she angrily says she was doing her homework. A few strange men are watching them. A strange, tough-looking man smokes a cigarette while asking if this is the guy the other one was talking about. The 3 of them look like they're straight out of a mob movie, all with the faces of gangsters. Someone is on the phone, and the voice on the other end of the line asks if he just let Kang Jun-mo go. It's the man who was trying to bribe Sang earlier and terrified. He says he was trying to intimidate him, but someone there was filming. The voice on the phone yells, asking if the incident was filmed, but then he tells him to forget about it, say nothing, and not even go anywhere near the Yujiang field. The voice adds that even if something happens, he is to say it has nothing to do with the Hyong Guild. And finally, he tells him to pretend he's just a street thug and hangs up. The man gets pissed off and throws his phone against the wall with all his might, cursing the person on the other end of the line. Filled with rage, he stomps on the phone on the ground, still screaming all sorts of curses like a madman. While mercilessly stomping on the device, he asks if the guy knows who he's dealing with. But while he's throwing his tantrum, a voice behind him asks why he's so angry. It's Gunso Hyung, a big, mean-looking guy accompanied by a man with long, straight hair. The big guy's smile is sinister, and he seems like a very dangerous person. There are some cigarette butts on the ground. What a dump. The three of them are so weird and intimidating that people passing by prefer to walk around them. Hyung calls the guy kid and says he knew this would happen when he joined the country's #1 guild. Shaking in his boots, he asks if there's still work for him, and says the guild told him not to go near the Ujangan field. Hung turns to the long-haired guy named Changwan, who says he might have some part-time work for the man. But as they're talking, he notices Sang and Hyung nearby. Coincidentally, the two of them are casually chatting just a few meters ahead. The guy with the scar points to Song and says, he's the bastard who recorded the video. Smiling. The big guy tells him to calm down, saying he got really out of control. Leaning against a pillar, he starts to watch. Hai moves closer to his colleague and also watches the protagonist and the girl. Sang looks super relaxed and at ease while they talk. Hyung asks her teacher what he's doing there, and he says he's just exercising. A voice interrupts the teacher and students' chat. Someone approaches stepping on a cigarette butt and says he heard his little brother owes him something. It's the three mean-looking and gangster-like guys approaching them. The girl asks who they are, and Sang says he's never seen anyone fatter, but then he sees that annoying guy with the scar is among them. Sang then recognizes him and immediately starts thinking about his clones. The protagonist stands in front of the girl and asks how he can help them. And the scar-faced guy immediately turns red, making a sour face. But before he can throw a fit, his chubby friend tells him to relax. And he explains that he's there because he heard Sang has a video of his brother making a mistake while he was a little too excited. The big guy asks him to delete the video, and then they'll leave peacefully. Sang holds up his phone and asks if everything will be fine between them if he deletes the video. He holds his phone, pointing it at the guys, and he asks if there's any guarantee that they'll really let him go if he deletes the video. The hefty guy puts a hand to his mouth, giving a very sarcastic little smile, and he says he recognizes Sang isn't an idiot and that they really won't let him leave unharmed. He adds that the protagonist wasn't smart enough to delete the video when he filmed it, so now it makes no difference. Speaking very quietly, the boy tells Hyung to wait for the right moment and run. And he retorts to the guys, saying that of course there's a difference. The boy is scared and didn't imagine he'd get into such a difficult situation so soon, but he gets into a fighting stance and says the difference is that he's going to beat the crap out of all three of them. Hung laughs and admires the young man's confidence as Changwan runs towards him, and the big oaf orders his goons to give Sang a little pat. The protagonist manages to dodge the first blow, but it's 2 against 1, and it won't be easy. And the long-haired guy manages to land a blow right on the poor boy's head. Meanwhile, the other guy lands a solid kick on him. Feeling the impact of the blows, our protagonist is in serious trouble. Before he can recover, another punch hits his chin hard. Extremely worried, Hyung yells for her teacher. Unable to help him, the boy falls to the ground after being hit by so many attacks. He's badly hurt and realizes things aren't going so well in his first fight. The brave girl stands in front of him, and at her fingertips, a light begins to charge up. The light takes the shape of a ball in her hand, and she yells for the three of them to stay back. Getting up with difficulty, Sang looks at his student who is trying to defend him, but then he watches more closely and notices something that worries him. The young lady is trying, but she's trembling a lot. The two gangsters realize she's an awakened, and aren't too happy about it. The huge guy shoves the other two aside and asks if they're scared of a little high school girl. And he confronts the girl, asking what will happen if they don't back off. The big guy shows no mercy and gets closer to her, intimidating her. But before he can get any closer, the girl shouts for him to stay away and unleashes her energy. The man's large, blubbery body is approaching her. The girl starts shaking in her boots, gritting her teeth with worry. And in a somewhat clumsy way, she unleashes a strike with her hand. The strike flies towards the big guy's swollen belly and hits him. This impact creates an explosion that echoes through the area, kicking up a lot of dust and smoke. The other two gangsters are worried about Hung and shout his name. The smoke begins to clear after a moment. Hyung is still in one piece and says that, first of all, the awakened are extremely common, and she shouldn't brag about it. The only damage the huge guy suffered was to his clothes, which are now torn and reveal sinister tattoos. He raises his huge arm, preparing a slap, and tells Hyung to grow up. But just as the attack is about to hit her, Sang jumps in front of her. With hatred in his eyes, he tells the big guy that the fight between them isn't over yet. And with all his strength, he lands a punch right in Hyung's face. Since his guard is down, his arms fly back, revealing an awakened bracelet. Hyung notices this and is surprised by this information. Our protagonist is giving it his all in this unfair 3-on-1 battle. Hyung feels the effects of that solid punch to the face and groans in pain. Sang stays on guard and the big guy is furious about what just happened. He thinks he needs to recall the memories of clone number 1, and what the clone saw wasn't the opponent's staff. The boy needs to look at the enemy's shoulder and move in advance to dodge the attacks. He knows an attack isn't just about swinging your arms around wildly. It's something that changes the body's structure, engaging muscles from the legs to the waist and from the waist to the arms in a complex motion. By being more calculating and observant, Sang manages to land another effective blow on his opponent. But he sees he won't be able to dodge the next punch, and that Hung is going to hit him. So instead of trying to dodge, he lands a double punch right in the guy's stomach. Sang is tired and out of breath, but his opponent is in much worse shape, writhing in pain. The protagonist's face is a bit swollen from the hits he took earlier, wiping his thumb across his disgusting greasy lips. Young says the kid knows how to fight, and now with his eyes glowing red, he says he was hesitant to hit someone who doesn't even know how to throw a punch. Sang is still feeling the pain from the last attack, but he holds his ground. He realizes he managed to hit him last time, but the guy is really strong. He wonders if he has some kind of strength-enhancing skill. Knowing this, he thinks it's best not to let him land a single hit. The big guy charges forward with an evil smile on his face. Sang uses his agility and quick thinking to punch him before he can get close enough. The punch landed square on the big guy's face. With a swollen and bruised face, Hung isn't happy about this and curses at the protagonist. He then swings his arms toward the boy, trying to hit him no matter what. Sang manages to jump out of the way and hits him again. He knows he needs to land a powerful blow to cause significant damage. As soon as he lands, the large man prepares to punch him again, but Sang doesn't miss a beat and punches the big guy's large face once more. Chang is nearby, still crouched on the ground, watching everything and cheering for his partner. The protagonist is so concentrated he can't see anything else. He's 100% focused on the battle. Absolutely furious, Hung can't stand taking more punches to the face and starts drooling with rage. His body begins to turn redder and his tattoos seem to stand out even more. The arm he's preparing to punch with seems to have grown in size and he's about to strike Sang. Our boy knows this next blow will be extremely powerful and he has to dodge it. But to his surprise, a treacherous hand grabs his foot as he prepares to move. He looks down and sees it's Chang Won cowardly holding his foot so he can't dodge. Now the boy is in a tough spot. He won't be able to jump or get his body completely out of the way. And the giant unloads all his rage and a tremendous punch right into Sang's stomach. He suffers immensely from this attack as if a rhinoceros had gored him in the gut. Han is devastated. She screams, "No!" as her eyes widen with worry. This attack sends our boy flying back into a nearby wall. He crouches down and clutches his stomach, struggling to breathe, but it's incredibly hard to draw a breath. The blow was just too powerful. Trying to stay calm, he knows he needs to regulate his breathing. His eyes remain locked on his opponent. He refuses to be defeated, but Hung isn't done yet, and he readies another strike with his giant arm. The impact is tremendous, and a cloud of black smoke suddenly rises, but it's Young who's suffering the consequences of the impact. His eyes turn white and he gasps for air. Sang looks at his opponent, not quite understanding what's happening. And the one responsible for this is Han, who stands in a combat stance with her hand raised. The other two thugs are on the ground cursing at the girl because no one expected this. She turns to them, and they scream that she should have left and that she's an idiot. But out of nowhere, the clones appear and start attacking the two cheaters. The girl is surprised, but also very relieved. One of the clones is right next to her. He's wearing a mask. Hyung gets distracted by the sound of the fight behind him and looks back to see what's going on, but Sang calls for the big guy's attention. He wipes the cut on his face and says he can finally breathe properly now. The bulky guy charges at the protagonist with hatred in his eyes, and our boy looks very confident at this moment. He uses the same technique he used against the instructor in the training field, using the wall as a foothold to dodge. As he comes back down, he passes the big guy and thanks him for serving as a practice dummy. And with the momentum he gained, he delivers a phenomenal kick right to the giant's head. After that elaborate move, Sang sits on the floor panting and exhausted, but he's in much better shape than the big guy, who's completely broken on the ground. His friends aren't in a much better situation either. A status screen pops up and Sang has gained muscular strength, speed, stamina, and dexterity. Furthermore, his cloning ability has temporarily leveled up. He can now make 3 clones. With his face all beaten up, our boy laughs when he sees he's gotten stronger. And as soon as he relaxes a bit, his body gives out and he lies down on the floor. The 2 clones and Han come running to see if he's okay. But Sang is smiling, feeling victorious. Later that night, the city is all lit up by streetlights and houses. Hyun's hand is bandaged and Sang asks why she didn't run when she had the chance. She says that if she hadn't been there to help him, it would have been much worse, and he confirms it with a shaky voice. The girl says she was surprised because she didn't believe the famous Supreme Hunter was Sang's clone. The clone gets all smug and proud, and the protagonist walks over to him. He asks her not to go around telling people, and she asks why, wondering if he doesn't want to be famous. Sang says it could attract negative attention, so she promises her lips are sealed. They arrive at the girl's house and she seems a bit disappointed, wanting to talk more. The protagonist asks if her hand is okay, and if she'll be able to hold a pen, but she shows him it was her left hand. Playfully, she asks if it wouldn't be a good idea to reduce her homework since she's injured, but he asks if she didn't already finish it all at the library. Upset, the girl laments that he has such a good memory at times like these. Sang puts a hand to his face and thanks his student for everything she did for him today. He figures he only won because she stopped his opponent at the right moment. Blushing, the young woman says she played a very important role today. She teases him, saying he should thank her over a meal, not on an empty stomach, basically inviting herself to dinner. Looking at him with a very determined gaze, she says that taking her to dinner will be a promise. The two say their goodbyes and the girl goes into her house pleased. Sang says he'll make sure his student eats plenty of meat. He continues on his way, satisfied, but the 2 clones are staring at him with wide eyes. The protagonist feels watched and gets a little uncomfortable. He tells them to stop slacking off and get back to work, but they explain it's already late and the training grounds are closed. So the boy crouches down and picks up a stick, giving them a cute smile. He hands the sticks to his clones and says they can train in the park in the meantime. 1 month later, we're on the street where Agent Juno works. He's on the phone with Sang, asking how the plan is going. The boy replies that it was a success. The protagonist is with his clones and says that he can now hit a target with a pistol and can also create a 3rd clone. Junmo asks if this means he can learn things even faster. And looking at his status screen, we can see just how much he's evolved in that time. He tells his agent that he has a surprise in store for him, although it's a bit sudden. He asks if Juno can secure 3 Ranky hunting grounds for tomorrow. Proudly, the agent says he'll get them no matter what, leaving Sang very satisfied. He asks for the schedule and the boy replies that he'll have them exercise in the morning and hunt in the afternoon. Hanging up his call with the agent, he looks at his 3 clones. He decides that one will train upper body, another lower body, and the 3rd will do cardio. He tells them to head out to the park and to make sure they're back by 12 o'clock. The 3 bumbling clones almost take their weapons out for a stroll, and he yells for them to leave them at home. Meanwhile, Sang analyzes a monster hunting plan on his computer. He reflects that the clones have learned very well, and they can copy and recreate almost anything. So, if he studies the monster's characteristics and how to hunt them, it'll be incredibly easy for the clones. Our protagonist then starts dedicating himself to watching various online tutorials on how to fight the monsters. The videos even explain which weapons to use and how to achieve greater success. The next day, we're back at our cloning hero's house. The clones are returning just as their master had asked. With huge dark circles under his eyes, the boy had stayed up all night and didn't even realize it was already noon. While he's dying of exhaustion, his clones are full of energy. He tells them to shower and go eat. As the clones take off their armor, he thinks about the various monsters he has already researched. He decides to analyze each one's hunting progress and learn about mana during the break. Sang gets a message from his agent, who says he'll be at his house in 10 minutes. The clones are stuffing their faces when he tells them they need to get ready after they finish eating. The agent and the boy meet at the entrance of the building as planned. The three clones, prepared like this, give off a frightening aura that both Junmo and Sang notice. The efficient agent managed to secure 3 training grounds, all located close to each other. Our protagonist thanks him and asks him to look after the clones because this time he isn't going. He decides to participate using his familiar skill and is going to train his mana breathing technique. The car starts and they are ready to begin the mission. Sang puts his hands on his hips, ready to start doing his part. The boy puts on some background music with instructions to help him concentrate better. He breathes slowly, performing all his movements with great caution. Sitting in a cross-legged position, a blue aura surrounds him, and he is completely focused. The instructions say it's good to remember what he feels when he uses his skill, and he starts to focus on that. He remembers that when he used the familiar skill, it felt as if energy was leaving his body. With his eyes closed, he breathes and feels the energy circulating through his body. His breathing is completely controlled, following the voice from the audio instructions. Then he starts to feel something different in his chest. It's as if all the energy is concentrated in the center of his body, flowing slowly. His body is like a universe filled with infinite constellations of power. Abruptly, he opens his eyes, feeling this entire sensation. And then a status window pops up. He has received the meditation skill, which increases mana recovery. Meanwhile, in a hunting ground, a wounded man is crawling on the floor, surrounded by several dead monsters. The warrior is badly injured and doesn't understand how such a strong monster could be in a rank E dungeon. A creature with extremely sharp teeth is chewing on the remains of an alien fish. The wounded man says he needs to report this to the authorities urgently. This monster seems to be far stronger than what this area should allow. In desperation, the man looks at the reflection on his bracelet, and he realizes there's a monster's shadow right behind him. The cursed creature closes in fast, ready to end the poor man's life. A terrifying scream can be heard even from outside the dungeon. Juno's car door opens. He arrives at the last hunting ground he was able to find for the clones. The agent explains that this location has alien fish and they're known for their powerful jaws. One of the clones closes the car door and Junmo tells him to be careful during the hunt. He pulls out his cell phone and informs Sang that he has dropped all 3 off at their respective locations. Excited, Junmo thinks that the fact that someone can hunt in 3 different places at once is truly extraordinary. And depending on the results of this hunt, the hunter industry might start to cause a stir. Meanwhile, back at Sang's house, he's feeling pretty smug because he's already obtained the mana breathing skill. But he soon makes a sad puppy face when he discovers that mana breathing and meditation are different skills. Scratching the back of his neck, he figures it's harder to get the mana breathing skill. And then he grabs his phone and sees the agent's message, letting him know the clones have arrived. Focusing, he decides to use his familiar skill to see how the clones are doing. We see a giant rat get hit right in its huge teeth. The sight startles our protagonist, who can't help but let out a scream. It's clone number 1 who was hunting this absolutely disgusting rat. Apparently there haven't been any problems with the hunt so far. The guides were a big help. Other disgusting rats come rushing forward. Sang decides to watch and see if the guides were really useful. He remembers what he watched in the tutorial. That rats are one of the most annoying rank F monsters. The man explaining about the rats says he suggests hunting them in groups. But when you have no choice but to go alone, there are other ways to do it. First, since they charge in a straight line, it's a good idea to keep your distance and shoot. And that's exactly what number 1 does. He keeps his distance and just keeps firing. But when it's not possible to kill them all with gunfire, you'll have to engage in close quarters combat. The rats' skulls are very hard, so it's necessary to attack a different spot. The best choice is to aim for their spine, and the clone does exactly that. And the rat is hit dead on, getting eliminated instantly. But just like regular rats, they are very good at reproducing, so their numbers are huge. The instructor adjusts his glasses and says that if you've studied properly, they're nothing more than experience points. But a guy in the video yells that it's not easy to aim for a moving spine. However, the clone is focused and ready for any challenge. Bullet casings fly through the air as he keeps firing at his targets. His shots hit the creature's spines dead on, and they are eliminated without much trouble. In a hunting ground with several sand dunes, the clone is on the move. One of the sand dunes moves abruptly, almost like an earthquake. A huge scorpion appears. The clones possess the same techniques as their master, but they feel no surprise or fear. They hunt without considering their opponent's level and without being intimidated by the difference in strength. The clone emerges victorious against the scorpion, firmly gripping its weapon, and Sang gets to experience the hunt using his familiar skill. Countless status windows pop up endlessly with all the copy's victories.
In another field, the other clone is hunting alien fish.
As Sang's stats increase, the clones also grow stronger. Determined, the protagonist sets a goal for the day to clear out the F-class monster fields with the help of his powerful imitations. In the hunting ground, footsteps slowly approach. Two hunters are talking about how extremely quiet the place is today, and that they haven't found a single monster yet. They get closer to a strange object up ahead, wondering what it could be. It's a massive pile of monster carcasses. One of them asks how much all of it would be worth, and they decide to put everything into boxes. The day is clear with few clouds in the sky, pleasant weather. A clone holds its weapon, surrounded by the carcasses of already eliminated monsters. Sang knows the hunt is going very well, but he feels like he's forgotten something. And then he completely panics when he remembers Hawk. He remembers the cleaning staff collecting the horned rabbit carcasses and realizes he hasn't collected anything he's hunted so far. Knowing this, he decides to send an order for the 3 clones to stop everything they're doing and go collect all the carcasses. But he wonders if someone might have already done it for them, and he can't help but shed a few tears of regret. Something suddenly comes to his mind like a flash of inspiration. He notices there are alien fish carcasses that number 3 isn't collecting, but the clone says he wasn't the one who hunted them. But the greedy Sang explains that now is not the time to be honest, and that each one of them is worth good money. Number 3 approaches some of the fishy carcasses to collect them. It's a pretty disgusting scene because whoever hunted them chopped them up like baby food. But as number 3 is collecting the bodies, he notices something strange. He finds something else inside one of them. It's not part of the fish, and he asks if he should take it. When Song sees it, he's horrified and his eyes widen. That is a human arm already starting to decompose. But while he's digging through the dead monsters, something moves behind number 3 and he notices the movement. Sang also notices the movement and warns that something is there. The clone grabs its weapon. He stands up alert to his surroundings as it could be an enemy or someone trying to steal the carcasses. And behind him a strange noise catches his attention. An alien fish head falls in front of him, chopped up just like the other parts. And behind number 3, an eel-like sea monster is lurking. He realizes that the fish head was bait. Since number 3 is no fool, he realizes it's an ambush and quickly turns around. But before he can do anything, his arm is ripped off like a Lego piece with no effort at all. Poor number 3 is confused. He feels a flood of different emotions and pain. But this is where we see the disadvantages of using a familiar skill because someone else is feeling all of this too. Sang screams as if the world is ending. He feels an excruciating pain in his arm as if he had just lost it himself. And then the familiar skill disconnects. He wakes up as if from a terrible nightmare. Scared and trembling, the boy looks at his arm to make sure it's still there. He still has his arm and can still move it normally. Thankfully, that experience was so horrible and traumatic for our protagonist that he can't move. He's just huddled in a corner of his house. A little calmer now, he realizes the skill's connection was severed unintentionally because of the pain, but he knows this is no time for reflection. He grabs his phone and quickly starts calling his agent. Junmo answers the phone promptly, and the protagonist asks which field number 3 went to hunt in. The agent notices that Sang's voice doesn't sound right and tells him it was the sewage treatment plant in Incheon. Desperate, he asks Junmo to take number 1 and number 2 there right now. He says he's on his way too and will explain everything when he arrives. And to briefly summarize the whole explanation, he says there's a really big problem. Poor number 3 is completely wrecked, missing an arm and with other injuries all over his body. This monster he's fighting isn't just a sea monster, but a humanoid creature that can hold a sword. Our poor number 3 can't take it anymore. The beating was too violent, and he ends up losing consciousness, and he falls before that marine aberration which watches with a sinister, expressionless face. Sang slams the car door shut in a hurry. He took a taxi to get to the hunting ground as fast as he could. Scared, he's sweating as if he just run a marathon and is out of breath. The place is huge, filled with gigantic sewage treatment machines. Our protagonist realizes he's been disconnected from his clone number 3. And unfortunately, he still has to wait a long time before he can use the skill again. The guards at the site ask him to show his ID bracelet. He does and passes through the blockade. To the boy's relief, the agent is already there. They meet up. He also managed to bring clones number 1 and number 2. Sang then explains that number 3 has disappeared, and before that he saw a very strong monster there that wasn't an alien fish. Or see, the monster had the head of a fish, but the arms and legs of another monster. Junmo's eyes widen at this description. Very concerned, he explains that they'll need to alert the authorities and temporarily close the area because that monster is known as the Fishman and it's a D rank. Even a full party of E-class hunters would be no match for this atrocity. Sang asks him to alert the guards to prevent other hunters from entering, but not right now. He orders him to do it only after his clones have gone through the portal, which leaves Junmo perplexed. Scratching the back of his neck, Sang says they can't just sit around and wait for the creature to die. Smiling with a confident look, he asks his agent to trust him just as much as he trusts his clones. But Junmo is very worried about this. The protagonist then closes his eyes and concentrates, activating the familiar skill. The skill reaches his remaining clones, number 1 and number 2. They are inside the hunting ground in a dense forest. Walking carefully, Sang orders them to go to the location where number 3 disappeared first. The 2 clones are very well prepared and focused, ready for battle. They manage to communicate through gestures and signals to avoid making any noise. A disgusting sound of teeth tearing through flesh and cartilage can be heard nearby. The 2 have found the creature. It's eating an unlucky alien fish. This is great for our protagonist, who never imagined he'd be lucky enough to attack first. He knows his stats are those of an E-class hunter, but since his clones only receive 53% of them, they are at best F-class. But the creature isn't in a normal state right now, and he also needs to consider his clones' hunting skills. From the bottom of his hero's heart, he believes it will indeed be possible. The boy then orders his clones to aim for the monster's head, so they start shooting, determined to kill this abomination. The bullets hit the big fish's head, but they aren't strong enough to pierce its hide. The unfortunate clones are left looking completely dumbfounded. Sang is just as confused. He then realizes that bullets don't work on it. That initial hail of bullets only served to annoy the abominable, toothy monster. And after roaring, the beast leaps like a flea, reaching several meters in the air. It comes crashing down right between the 2 clones who barely manage to escape. One of the clones uses his dodge to perform a different move. He does a flip over the monster's head, slicing his sword across its shoulder, and manages to open a small wound on the big fish's skin. Sang is shocked. The sword only made a tiny little scratch, and the monster doesn't let it slide. It turns towards the clone, preparing an attack. The attack hits a tree. As the clone was fast enough to dodge, just barely. Since the beast is so large, it's difficult for it to swing its sword among so many trees. Meanwhile, the other clone keeps shooting. The monster's sword gets stuck in the tree. That's how powerful the attack was. But the fish monster uses a bit more strength and shatters the tree without much trouble. Sang warns his clones to forget what he said. The beast can definitely use its sword in this terrain. The tree trunk crashes to the ground, making a huge noise. This monster seems to be more challenging than our protagonist had imagined, but his clones feel no fear or worry. They charge forward with all their courage. They manage to hit the monster on the arm, but it has no effect. Sang is watching everything and realizes that these attacks aren't working. The huge monster clenches its jaw, gathering all its strength into its arm, ready to throw a punch. And the punch hits one of the clones. The protagonist is worried, wondering how they'll ever defeat this thing with such ineffective attacks. But then he starts to remember that the bullets did have some effect. One bullet ricocheted, but the other one caused some damage, even if it was small. He gets the idea to aim for the exact wound it caused and try shooting there again. With his skill, he manages to hit the exact spot, and the monster feels it. Sang realizes it was a brilliant idea, and so now he knows the plan. Fill the big fish with bullets. Despite being wounded, the beast is still standing strong and charges at them with a punch. Both of them manage to dodge by jumping, and they continue to unload their ammo on the monster. It starts to look like Swiss cheese full of little holes and begins to scream, showing that the attacks are effective. The big fish then grips its sword even tighter, and a flame erupts along its entire blade, turning it into a sword of fire. The monster's eyes are red and filled with hatred. It's enraged, and so it prepares an attack towards the clone with its flaming sword. The clone manages to block the sword strike with his arm, but that attack was incredibly strong and he felt the full impact. Suddenly, the beast became much stronger. It starts swinging its sword from side to side, trying to hit the clones like someone swatting at flies. Sang wonders if the sword is the reason it got stronger, that it's reacting to its body. The protagonist believes this means the monster is badly wounded and has temporarily powered up. Meanwhile, the fearless clone strikes at the monster's chest, causing a wound. But the fish monster doesn't back down and charges the clone with everything it has, and it manages to hit him with a sword strike right in the middle of his stomach. Sang is shocked by this, and he also ends up experiencing that horrible pain himself. The clone grabs the hand that drove the sword into his stomach, holding it tightly. With a trembling voice, Sang says he knew this wouldn't end well, but it's necessary. And the clone grabs a dagger. And with that dagger, he prepares a strike with all his might, screaming at the top of his lungs as he lunges forward. He stabs the huge monster's chest several times in 3 different places, taking advantage of his proximity to the beast. But the beast decides to return the favor and prepares an attack with its claws. But the clone is at his peak of strength and determination and manages to deflect the attack with his arm. And fueled by that flame of determination, he continues his assault. The big fish is no longer at an advantage and looks for a way to get away from the clone. With its gigantic foot, it prepares its next move, raising it towards the boy, and it lands the kick square on, pushing the clone away from its body. Wounded, the boy clutches the injury in his stomach, trying to endure a little longer, but the monster isn't finished yet and charges again with its flaming sword. However, the other clone throws himself in front of the attack in a heroic display of teamwork. And before the big fish could land its deadly attack, he lunges at the villain with his dagger. The moment is tense, and the distance between the fighters is dangerously short. Many blows are about to be exchanged. But the clones, in an agile and clever move, manage to strike the big fish's body at the same time. That blow was enough to make the monstrous amphibian feel the full force of their teamwork. And with its huge body badly wounded and more riddled with holes than Swiss cheese, the enemy is no longer so vigorous. It falls to its knees, making a loud thud since its body is so heavy. And finally it collapses completely, face first on the ground, defeated on the battlefield. The clones are tremendously injured but victorious. They are so exhausted they can't take another step. One of them collapses lying on the ground. The one on the ground looks at his weapon. The bullets are gone. It was enough for today's hunt. They're so exhausted that Sang feels like he's going to die. Meanwhile, the clone notices something. Footprints have formed on the ground made from all the red liquid that was splattered everywhere. The clone's eyes go wide as if he's just seen the most terrifying ghost of his life. Apparently, that abomination isn't dead. Sang orders number 2 to follow those tracks, but he realizes the tracks are heading in one direction towards the portal's entrance. Now, outside the hunting ground, a guard informs a hunter that a monster has appeared, so he won't be able to enter. The man complains that he wasted time choosing his team, but the guard insists that it's impossible for them to participate. Juno watches the scene and thinks that Sang needs to hurry up. Then he hears a strange noise coming from nearby. The local guards realize something strange happened at the portal and call to gather the forces and inform the chief. The monster Sang was fighting appears, heading quickly towards the portal. It's full of fury and has no patience for small talk. It prepares an attack aimed at the guards. The security guards try to shoot to stop the thing from getting closer to the portal. But instead of stopping it, the bullets have no effect, and it begins to transform its sword, and the big fish manages to reach the portal, attacking the guards who are no match for it. Still inside the hunting ground, clone number 2 is determined to follow the runaway creature. He readies the weapon in his hand, preparing to throw it, and he throws it with all his might at the monstrous amphibian's back. Meanwhile, from inside the portal, Sang emerges holding a knife and also lunges at the beast. Using all of his strength, he charges the beast, and he manages to plunge the knife right into the monster's head near its eye. This makes the beast scream in pain, and the soldiers standing around are paralyzed, watching the terrifying scene. Sang gathers all his physical strength into his arms and uses both of them to drive the knife in deeper. The soldiers look like they've seen a ghost with their mouths wide open and eyes bulging. Our protagonist manages to bring down the huge beast, which falls onto its back with him still on top of it. Overcome with emotion, number 2 gives a thumbs up and can't hold back his tears. A man with a goatee is on the phone saying that he's arrived. He's wearing a bulletproof vest and says he'll send a detailed report right after the investigation. Slowly approaching a crowd, he notices something unusual. That D-rank monster is on the ground, unconscious, and its body is badly wounded. The man who just arrived recognizes this monster as the Fishman. One of the soldiers asks the man if he's from the association, and he confirms it, asking what happened there. Still a bit shaken, the soldier explains that a hunter who was inside the portal before the lockdown hunted this monster. The confused man asks if there was a D-rank hunter there, but the soldier just says that it was a hunter who defeated the beast. Frowning, the man asks what happened. They're investigating further, but as far as they know, it was an F-rank hunter along with his clones who killed the monster. The man's expression doesn't show it, but he's surprised that an F-rank hunter could defeat a D-rank monster, and all the attacks were focused on a single wound. He did it to cause damage without any special weapons. While Sang talks with his agent, the man is still wondering if it's possible to hit a moving monster with such precision. The mysterious man glares at the protagonist and his agent with an unfriendly look, and he decides to first check if there are any other D-rank monsters left in the portal. The fish monster's corpse is still there. Sinisterly, it still keeps its huge eyes wide open. Approaching the portal, the mysterious man wonders what he should explain to the association. Meanwhile, the protagonist is checking out new skills he's gained. One of them is Dash, which increases movement speed. Another is Projectile, which increases attack power when using a pistol. He unlocked Regeneration, as well as the Strike skill, which applies all his strength into a single blow upon activation. On top of that, his strength, dexterity, and endurance stats have also increased. While cleaning his wounds, he realizes he's loaded with new skills this time, and he wonders if his clones, number 1 and 2, managed to survive thanks to the Regeneration skill. The clones got hurt, but Sang believes that letting them heal on their own will help increase his regeneration stat. Junmo praises the protagonist for defeating a D-rank monster, and he gets a little embarrassed. The agent says he thinks he could even hunt an E-rank monster by himself without any problems. And talking about it, the boy remembers the monster's short sword. He walks over to the monster's body and says it had a sword that absorbed the red liquid from its body. Sang goes to get the sword and says the beast went crazy with red eyes and got much stronger after the sword absorbed the liquid. But before the boy can grab the sword, Juno stops him, saying it's better to have a clone do it since it might be a cursed item. Worried, Sang asks if he can't use cursed items. And the agent explains that these items can be worth a lot depending on their effects, which gets the boy super excited. He then agrees to have a clone get it later. And in the meantime, the collection team will take the beast's body. Also, he remembers to ask his agent if an item he took from the beast's head is also expensive. He pulls a strange item from his pocket and shows it to his agent. Junmo's jaw drops. He's that impressed. It's a large red stone the size of Sang's hand, but unfortunately, it's a low-level gem. In other words, a worthless item. The boy is so excited that it's hard for Junmo to burst his bubble. He explains that it's a cheap item that increases stats, but it can't be used on a person because there are too many side effects. Poor Sang's hopes are crushed after this explanation, saying goodbye to the cash. But the agent explains that the other items could indeed be worth a lot, so he shouldn't feel bad about it. So, the protagonist asks him to take care of collecting the items and thanks him. Back at the protagonist's home, Sweet Home, he opens the door to his house. The clones are leaning on each other to walk. They get home and can hardly believe everything that happened. He decides to summon number 3 again and tells the other 2 to rest. Sang concentrates to activate his skill and summon another clone. And just like that, another Sang appears right in front of him, brand new. He hands the clone his equipment and tells him to go train. He also changes his clothes since they were disgustingly dirty. And then he sits on the floor ready to see what he's got. A sword and a stat-boosting stone? These are the items he got himself. He picks up the stone and starts searching on his phone. It's a strength gem. Just as his agent explained, it can't be used by a person. And if used by a summoned entity, it turns into a monster. Even though it increases the strength stat by 0.5, this side effect bothers our boy. He knows that normally injuries and other stats on the clones don't affect him. But he knows there's a chance that the one who turns into a monster might not be one of them. And in his imagination, he pictures the scene. He has an alligator head and is calling for his agent. The agent gets so scared he shoots him right in the head. Total chaos. So, he puts the stone back on the floor and decides not to use it for now. He turns his attention back to the new sword he got, but he remembers what his agent instructed him. Have a clone touch it first in case it's cursed. Since it's in a box, it wasn't a problem to bring it, but he'd like to use it once before selling it. So he orders number 2, who's in the best shape among the clones, to pick up the sword. Obeying his master, the clone approaches the box where the sword is and extends his arm. Then he picks it up and raises it high. Sang watches, impressed. Number 2 is still holding the sword, and he hasn't exploded or turned into a frog, but he says he can hear a voice. Sang asks if it's coming from the sword. So to hear exactly what his clone hears, he activates the familiar skill. It's a hideous voice, like a machine gun rattling off orders, demanding death and red liquid. The voice was so loud and jarring that the familiar skill deactivated. The boy's ears are aching. Even though it's really loud, the voice doesn't affect the clone. Sang wonders if it would affect him if he held the sword. He then decides they will use it for now, and the clone agrees. Suddenly, a status window pops up saying that regeneration has been increased. The protagonist looks at his resting clones and realizes this is helping the regeneration skill, but he's worried because he'd have to take them hunting, and they're completely worn out. So he orders them to meditate today to unlock mana breathing. The boy closes his eyes and begins to concentrate to start meditating, and he decides that tomorrow he will go to campus. The next day, we see the campus of the college Song attends. Several students are walking around peacefully, just living their lives. Back to the study routine, the boy thinks the vacation went by way too fast. He looks at his status screen and wonders if it went by so fast because he was busy leveling up. In the meantime, he boosted his stats a ton with the help of his clones, who never rest. He continues on his way through the college hallways, lost in thought. Now he realizes he's a lonely nerd since no one has even come to talk to him. But when he gets to the classroom, something catches his eye. His friend Kim Jong-go is sitting at a desk waiting patiently. They both say at the same time that they're surprised to be in the same class. Kim explains that he signed up for this course because he heard the professor is an easy grader. He gets closer and asks if Song is still working out. While a girl watches them, she and another girl whisper in surprise, asking if that's really Sang since he used to be pretty chubby. All the girls in the room start gossiping about the protagonist, even considering asking him out on a date. Kim chuckles, saying he's popular now. The boy understands that's why no one had greeted him yet. Pointing to his own face, he asks his friend if he's changed that much. And the big guy says he thinks that if Sang met his own parents, they wouldn't recognize him. He's stunned and says he was actually planning to go home. Kim adds that he almost didn't recognize him on the street. The big guy suggests they go for drinks after class and call some people, but Sang says he already has plans. This makes the big guy squeal like a little girl. He's so shocked. Our protagonist explains that he's already made a promise, so he can't go out with him. Shouting loud enough to make the evening news, Kim asks if he has plans with a girl, and everyone in the room is staring at their conversation. His friends Chan Woo and Jong Shong are in the same class as him too. Kim is still yelling that he'll always remember this day, even with the professor already in the room. At the World Hunter Association, also known as the WHA, a prophecy of disaster was delivered by the Oracle. President Michael Harris requested more details. He was informed that a portal was expected to open through which hundreds of monsters would invade. When Harris asked about the specific location and date, he was told that the invasion would involve a rank monsters and was predicted to take place in South Korea. Elsewhere, a man in a suit identified as Park Wanti, the owner of the third-ranked guild, arrived for a meeting. He was immediately headbutted by a woman named Mio, who was a guild master. Mio told Parkante that he had grown his mustache to flirt with her and that she found it appealing. Afterward, the two of them entered the meeting room. Inside the room was a member of the Heeson Guild, the same man who had previously mocked Sang. He provoked another guild member about a recent expedition to Odin's Tower. The Hysan guild member asked if the man's team had failed to return or if their results were simply inadequate. A white-haired man tried to de-escalate the situation, stating that it was not the place for such remarks. The provoked man became very angry, but their confrontation was interrupted when an elderly man entered the room. The elderly man was the leader of the Korean Hunter Association. Upon his entrance, everyone took their seats. He thanked them for attending and warned them of the impending disaster. When asked about the timing, he explained that they had no specific details, only that it would involve a rank monsters and a curse somewhere in Korea. One guild member slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know how they could protect an entire country. The association leader calmly replied that the purpose of the meeting was to determine a plan. The attendees expressed concern, noting that there were barely enough hunters for routine work, much less for guarding the entire country. One man raised his hand and proposed a plan. He suggested that each guild form a group to guard a specific region. If an incident occurred, all groups would converge on that location without exception. He added that any guild failing to cooperate would face severe punishment. The association leader asked if anyone disagreed with the proposal, and the plan was met with unanimous agreement. After leaving his college, Sang saw a female student being accosted by a man. The man was insisting that she give him her phone number and was complimenting her appearance. The student responded by telling the man he was ugly. When she noticed Sang approaching, she pretended he was her boyfriend to get away from the man. She clung to Sang's arm and they left the area together. The student explained to Sang that the man had been bothering her, which is why she had pretended they were a couple. She also clarified that she did not have a boyfriend. Sang noticed her attire and asked why she was not in her school uniform. She replied that it was her birthday. She then asked why he was staring at her. Sang recalled that he already had her phone number because he was her teacher. At that moment, Sang received a notification that he had earned another 50 million won. He then invited the student to eat whatever she wanted. Sang took her to a restaurant that served premium steak. Upon seeing the menu prices, she expressed concern about the expense. Sang told her not to worry, claiming his boss was paying for the meal and ordered another round of food for them. While they were at the restaurant, an emergency warning appeared on a television screen. The broadcast announced that a monster portal breach was in progress in South Korea, specifying that their region was affected. Elsewhere, his college friends were disappointed that he had missed their party, speculating that he was out with a girl. Shortly after, they saw Sang, who appeared to be in a very good mood. At that moment, everyone received a disaster alert on their phones. Song encountered his friends, who questioned his presence and accused him of skipping their get-together to be with his girlfriend. The young woman with Sang became visibly flustered by the accusation. Sang clarified that she was not his girlfriend but his student, explaining that he had bought her a meal as thanks for her earlier help. He then introduced everyone to each other. One of his friends, Daladol, gave the student a gift of meat, telling her to share it with her parents. She thanked him for the gesture. Sang's other friends observed the interaction, impressed by his comfortable demeanor. The student seemed surprised that their time together was over. Sang explained that with the disaster alert in effect, her parents would likely be worried about her. His friends suggested they spend more time together, but Sang insisted that everyone should return home immediately for their safety. His friends agreed and departed. As he left, Sang observed other people leaving a bar drinking and laughing, which made him wonder if he was overreacting to the alert. Sang then received a phone call from a man named Genmo, who asked if he had heard the alert. Sang confirmed he had and asked for more information. Genmo revealed that the alert was expected to last for 3 months because the location of the monster appearances was unknown. He added that the creatures were anticipated to be extremely dangerous, potentially including A-rank monsters, and that an appearance in the capital would result in a high number of casualties. Sang questioned why the public was not being warned more explicitly if the threat was so severe. Genmo explained that the government could not shut down the national economy for 3 months, as it would lead to the country's collapse. Upon hearing this, Sang understood the underlying motive. He concluded that the vague announcement was a tactic by the Hunter Association to avoid responsibility, allowing them to claim they had issued a warning if a tragedy occurred. Genmo advised Sang to go to a shelter as the hunting fields were temporarily closed. After the call, Sang checked on the status of his clones. Clone 1 reported that it was fine, while Clone 2 responded that it was heavily damaged but not destroyed. Noticing that his skills cooldown had finished, Sang chose to resummon number 1. He dismissed the existing clone and summoned a new one to replace it. Sang traveled to his parents' home. When he opened the door and announced his arrival, his mother did not recognize him due to his changed appearance. He had to state his name, Sang-woo, before she acknowledged him. His father also had to look closely before confirming it was his son. Soon after, his sister, Kyeowang-do, appeared. She remarked that he should have greeted her first. Initially, Sang did not recognize her either. Their mother invited him inside, but then asked about the masked individuals accompanying him. Sang explained that they were not his friends, but his clones. Sang and his identical clones enter his family's home. He confirms to them that his ability is cloning and explains that he awakened his powers 1 month ago. His mother expresses surprise, saying she never expected her son to become a hunter, while his sister reacts with great excitement. His father simply acknowledges that there is now a hunter in the family. Sang states that he no longer wanted to keep his abilities a secret, but his mother immediately interrupts, warning him that his new role is dangerous. To reassure her, Sang explains that his clones are the ones who do all the fighting. He clarifies that he is never in any personal danger and tells her not to worry. Following this conversation, Sang urges his family to prepare for an evacuation. He informs them that a disaster is currently happening and that they must all proceed to the nearest shelter. His father, however, seems skeptical about the urgency of the situation. He questions the sudden nature of the disaster, remarking that he still has work to attend. The following day, Sang realizes that his family does not understand the severity of the threat. Their calm behavior indicates they believe it is a minor incident involving only a few monsters. Since his family still needs to pack their belongings, Sang decides to stay home with them for the day. He lies to them, stating that he received a message that his classes had been canceled. Later, the family begins to prepare dinner using meat that Sang had brought home. A family member asks if his friends, referring to the clones, will be eating as well. Sang replies that the clones will only be given rice, explaining that the good meat should not be wasted on them. The clones are then served buckets of rice while the family prepares to eat the steak. During the meal, Sang's sister asks if he will get fat again, given that there are 4 versions of him eating. He responds that he will not, explaining that he now burns a great deal of energy. The family enjoys the meal together, remarking that it has been a long time since they all gathered like this. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurs outside. The force of the blast throws Sang to the ground. When he opens his eyes, he discovers that the building has been destroyed. Outside, he can see that numerous large monsters have appeared in the area. A massive dragon-like creature appeared, abruptly escalating the situation. The monster began to gather energy, emitting intense heat before releasing a powerful beam that incinerated its surroundings. Sang looked back and saw that his entire family had fallen unconscious. He noticed the scattered equipment belonging to his clone number 1 and concluded that it must have sacrificed itself to protect everyone. Amid the debris, he saw clones number 2 and number 3. The latter was missing an arm. Sang was now accompanied by a heavily damaged clone, another with a missing arm. He informed his father that a portal had opened, which was the source of the chaos. The city streets were filled with destruction. A large green monster held a person preparing to eat them while other civilians were crushed under cars. Winged creatures flew through the sky, carrying people away. Sang began packing a supply bag and placed a piece of armor on his sister. His sister then inquired if the clone with the missing arm was all right, and Song assured her that it was fine. At that moment, another explosion occurred nearby as a monster crashed to the ground. It became clear that the portal was located in the sky, causing monsters to fall directly onto the city. Sang had been fortunate to be on a building floor that had not collapsed. He killed the fallen monster, which replenished his mana. When he tried to open a nearby door, he found it was jammed. Sang told his father that he would force it open. He picked up a large piece of debris and, using his strike ability combined with a kick, successfully broke through the obstruction downstairs. The scene was one of carnage with bodies, destroyed vehicles, and slain monsters scattered everywhere. Sang asked his father about the distance to the nearest shelter. His father replied that it was about 2 kilometers away, but he also pointed out numerous monsters, including slimes, skeletons, and stone golems obstructing the path. His sister mentioned that she knew of an underground tunnel that could serve as a safer route. As they started to move, they heard a man crying for help from a distance. They saw him trapped under rubble with a D-rank troll standing directly over him. Sang's father urged him to be rational, stating that they were in no position to help anyone and needed to focus on their own survival. Sang felt conflicted, wanting to save the man, but he knew that his injured clone, number 3, was not fit for combat. This left only number 2 to protect his family, and he understood that he could not risk his own life. A man remains trapped, calling out for his mother's help. Nearby, Sang's heart is pounding while his mother urges him to leave. Sang instructs them to go downstairs and lock the door, assuring them that a being called number 3 will provide protection. He states that number 2 will be accompanying him. His sister yells at him, calling him insane and accusing him of risking the family's safety. Sang replies that he is a hunter and will not retreat from the threat. Sang grabs a stick and charges toward the monster, which is identified as a troll, striking it in the eye. He then tells number 2 to take the injured man to a safe place, explaining that their job as hunters is to kill monsters. Sang shouts a challenge at the troll. Another monster watching from a distance repeats Sang's words, showing that it possesses intelligence. While the fight continues, number 2 works to free the trapped man by pulling away stones. He asks the man if he can walk. The man replies that he is able to, remarking that it is surprising he survived the ordeal. Facing the massive troll, Sang orders number 2 to grab a weapon. He then throws an object called the Devil's Rock to his companion and tells him to eat it. After consuming the rock, number 2 instantly transforms into a red demonic creature wielding a sword. Sang asks the transformed being if he is still an ally, to which the clone confirms that he is. The large troll appears confused by the sudden transformation. Simultaneously, Sang experiences a significant increase in his strength stat with no apparent side effects. He prepares to confront the troll by himself. The troll drags its mace along the ground before throwing a boulder, which Sang dodges. The creature then attacks with its giant hand and swings a sword, badly injuring the clone. As the troll attacks again, Sang charges directly at it, noting that it is slower than a previous enemy. He manages to strike the troll in the face, but the monster regenerates its hand and blocks the blow. The troll then strikes Sang, tossing him aside. Sang identifies the monster's regeneration ability as the main threat and orders his second clone to disable its legs. The clone slashes the muscle in the troll's leg, forcing the creature down to one knee. Sang takes the opportunity to stab both of the monster's eyes with precision. The clone then attacks the other leg to keep the troll immobilized. The creature falls to the ground, twisted and crying out in what appears to be fear. As Sang tries to listen to the creature, he inadvertently activates his strike ability, which hits the monster's skull. After the attack, Sang and his clones are left exhausted. A system window appears, indicating a significant gain in stats, but also reveals that Sang's hand is nearly destroyed from the skill's recoil. Sang stands up and states that it is time to find his sister. He then notices his phone is missing and asks his second clone to return it. Suddenly, another explosion signals the approach of more monsters. The scene descends into chaos. Spaceships fly overhead, armies arrive, and a giant Godzilla-like creature continues to destroy the city. Projectiles that are identified as rank 9 magic from the Red Flame Guild strike the creature's head. Motivated hunters, including a confident man named Magner, arrive to join the battle. A voice from a ship announces their arrival at the scene. A hatch opens and Park Hwan-ta, the leader of one of the top 3 guilds, emerges. On the ground, a tank aims its heavy weapons. A man runs up to the newly arrived group, yelling that the giant creature is getting away and that too many hunters are already focused on it. He suggests they find a different objective. The battlefield is littered with piles of bodies and figures and golden armor. Amidst the chaos, some people are celebrating while others are weeping. One man is seen grinning widely even though he just lost his partner. The narrative notes that he was a scumbag. A group of survivors is found surrounded by a gang. Sang and his squad are revealed to be their protectors. Observing from a distance, Park Want is impressed that Sang is holding his ground. However, he concludes that with only 2 clones for support, Sang will not be able to succeed alone. He instructs his team to head north and prepare to rescue them. A team member activates a winged apparatus and they move to intervene. Aware that Sang is in a difficult situation, after defeating a large creature, Sang is left exhausted. He sees a mother and her daughter nearby and tells the civilians to head to the underground shelter while he remains behind. The crowd protests, warning him that he will die if he stays. Sang instructs his second clone to cover the rear while he escorts the people. As they move, goblins attack, and Sang intervenes to save a man. The fight is difficult as he is low on energy from a previous powerful attack and cannot effectively use his skills. A group of large, black bird-like monsters then appears. Sang dodges a projectile of fire or smoke launched by one of the creatures. The attack heads toward the civilians, but Sang orders his clone to use its body as a shield to protect them. Before the monster can launch another attack, a different entity, a giant tiger, descends and crushes it. Drained of all his energy, Sang collapses. When he regains consciousness, he sees a man standing before him. The man lightly handles his sword and the head of a nearby monster falls to the ground. He is identified as Partarda, the leader of a guild. The man asks if everyone is all right, and Sang asks for his identity. Meanwhile, in the underground shelter, Sang's sister declares her intention to go find him. His third clone stops her, stating that it has not been given an order to allow her to leave. She tries to force her way past, but the clone is too strong. Her parents urge her to stop, but she expresses her concern that something is wrong because Sang has not yet returned. Her father states that he realized Sang was a hunter and that they must now trust in him. An unidentified person begins banging on the shelter door, crying out for help. The occupants are reluctant to open it because access is protected by a passcode known only to the building's residents. Sang's sister, believing the person might be someone Sang rescued with a message, opens the door. An injured individual, seemingly under enemy control, rushes inside. This intruder is revealed to be a screaming firefly, a Class B monster. The shelter descends into chaos as everyone flees. Sang's sister finds herself face to face with the creature. The third clone, which is still missing an arm, moves to protect her. It attempts to stab the monster in its forehead, but the attack is unsuccessful and the clone is impaled. The monster strike passes through the clone and impales Sang's sister as well. The parents are in distress as their daughter collapses onto the floor. Clone 3 grabs a weapon and activates the emergency fire sealing system. She then kicks the monster outside and locks the door to protect everyone else. Elsewhere, Park 1. Ta approaches Sang. He apologizes for his late arrival and offers a hand to help Sang to his feet. Sang recognizes Park 1 Ta by name, but is surprised by the man's immense strength. Sang introduces himself and expresses his gratitude for being saved. In return, Park 1 Ta thanks Sang for having saved so many people. The surrounding survivors praise Sang for his actions, and he responds with modesty. Park 1. Ta tells Sang to calm down, recalling that he saw Sang vanish just as he arrived. He wonders about Sang's identity and the nature of his power. He then asks Sang if he is a hunter. Sang confirms that he is, but explains that he is new to the role. Park 1. Ta then asks Sang to reveal his ability. Sang hesitates, reluctant to share this information, but feels indebted to the man who saved him. Just as he is about to speak, he suddenly loses his mental connection to his clone, number 3. Realizing what this means, Sang grabs a sword from the ground. He shouts that his family is in danger and immediately runs off in their direction. Park 1. Ta understands the situation is urgent. He instructs the rescue team to remain behind and escort the survivors to safety. As Sang runs at full speed, the demon's sword he is carrying begins whispering commands to him, urging him to kill. He struggles to maintain his composure while activating his dash ability. In another location, a man with a mustache loads a fire bullet and shoots it at a massive monster, but the attack has no effect. Other hunters attempt to concentrate their magical attacks on a single point on the creature's body, but their combined efforts are also ineffective. A hunter using a poison-laced sword finds that he cannot penetrate the monster's hide. The group begins to understand that they must cooperate to defeat the beast. Just then, a new individual arrives and dismisses the idea of teamwork. The other hunters ask what he is doing there, and he replies that he is only present for the monetary reward. He declares that someone with his level of power does not need to cooperate. As he speaks, he launches a powerful attack that resembles a shower of meteors. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, Sang's father attempts to stop his daughter's bleeding, calling out for an ambulance or any form of medical help. Sang's mother is also in distress as the girl's condition appears to be critical. Suddenly, there is a spark at the shelter door, and Sang's father sees that something has burned its way through the seal. A small monster has entered the room, lying wounded on the floor. His daughter urges him to run. The cursed firefly monster then begins to speak through the girl, using her voice to beg not to die. The parents remained with their daughter as another individual arrived on the scene. Sang and his father made eye contact. To his father, Sang appeared completely different, as if he were possessed. The sight of his injured sister on the floor caused Sang to become enraged again after a brief moment of calm. Sang sprinted forward and slashed at the monster, successfully severing one of its arms. However, he was also struck in the exchange. Sang writhed in pain while the monster seemed to take pleasure in his suffering. As had happened in a previous encounter, the sword caused its wielder to become more unstable as it was exposed to more blood. Before the fight could resume, the monster, which possessed numerous legs, closed the distance and confronted Sang directly. Suddenly, a colleague intervened, saving Sang from the immediate threat.
Another man named Wanti also arrived.
While the monster was still present, Sang collapsed into Wanti's arms. Want executed a flying kick that sent the creature a great distance away. The female colleague who had first assisted Sang reported that his injuries were severe. It became clear that Sang was missing an arm and was entering a berserk state. The woman performed a mana transfer, but Sang's condition continued to deteriorate uncontrollably. Wante asked about Sang's condition, and the woman replied that he was not doing well. She urged Want to kill the monster immediately. Sang, who was in critical condition, weakly spoke. He mentioned his sister, indicated her location, and told his colleagues to save her instead of him. Want reassured Sang that both he and his sister would survive. He told Sang to rest, promising that the situation would soon be resolved. Shortly after, Sang lost consciousness. At the Hunter Association, the situation was chaotic and many were demanding an evacuation. The leader of the top-ranked guild arrived for a meeting before an official disaster announcement could be made. This guild leader argued against making the situation public, stating that it would cause a citywide shutdown. He warned that since the exact timing of the disaster was unknown, a premature announcement would have severe economic consequences for the country, for which the association would be blamed. The association's leader asked what the guild leader proposed. The man suggested they withhold information about the creatures from the public. He reasoned that this would shift responsibility to any individuals who chose not to evacuate. The association's leader disagreed, pointing out that this would lead to many deaths. The guild leader responded that he considered the casualties a positive outcome, adding that anyone who had not awakened or was below D rank was useless. He then placed a hand on the association leader's shoulder, implying his suggestion was not a request. The scene then shifts to Sang and his clones. While the clones were engaged in intense training, Sang was resting and eating snacks. A person named Junmo contacted Sang, advising him not to rely solely on his clones for training. Junmo warned that Sang was wasting his potential to become one of the best hunters. Sang dismissed the concern, replying that everything was fine. Sang does not want to be a hunter. His primary motivation is to earn money. Upon hearing this, Junmo's expression changes. He asks Sang if this desire for money is the reason for his current situation and whether it is a sufficient goal for him. Sang then has a dream where he sees visions of his deceased family members, including his sister, who begs him to save her. He awakens from the nightmare, feeling completely exhausted. Wyatt is at his bedside and asks if he was having a nightmare, advising him not to move too much. Sang acknowledges the pain he feels. Wante relays the doctor's assessment, explaining that Sang's condition is serious. The wound was very deep, but he was fortunate to have survived. Sang offers his thanks, but Wai dismisses it and mentions that he has something to discuss with him at a later time. Just then, Sang's parents rush into the room in a state of distress, urgently asking if they have lost their daughter. A doctor reports that Sang's surgery was successful, but that he will require continued monitoring while he recovers. Sang is informed that 4 days have passed since the portal appeared. All the major monsters have been eliminated, leaving only a few low-class ones. Sang says he does not remember anything that happened before he lost consciousness. He then asks about his sister's location and condition, but no one answers him. As everyone lowers their heads in silence, Sang presses for an answer, asking why no one is speaking, and if his sister is also in a hospital bed. The doctor finally explains that while her abdominal wound was treated, she was infected by a Manhwa virus from the monster. This type of virus drains a person's energy. In most cases, it is harmless because the virus dies when it encounters an incompatible mana trait. However, in rare instances, a person's mana perfectly matches the virus, which prevents them from living a normal life. Sang asks how the infection can be cured. The doctor explains that there is currently no cure. The only potential options are to seek treatment from a powerful S-class healer named Bless, or to acquire specific healing items from the other side of the portal. The doctor emphasizes that either option would be extremely expensive. Hearing this news, Sang blames himself for the outcome. He regrets his decision to help others instead of prioritizing his own family. He reflects that the situation might have been different if he had been stronger like Want, or if he had possessed the power to save everyone. He feels that he should have tried harder. Sometime later, a young woman comes to visit Sang in his hospital room. He asks if her family is safe, and she confirms that they evacuated to a shelter in time. She explains that she found out he was hospitalized after getting his family's contact information from a mutual friend. The visitor wishes Sang a speedy recovery, adding that she still has much to learn from him. Sang interrupts her, stating he needs to tell her something important. He then informs her that he is dropping out of college. 2 weeks later, Sang has already left the hospital, having made a remarkably fast recovery. Prior to leaving, he had explained his sister's medical condition to his visitor and informed her that he would no longer be able to tutor her. He apologized for the inconvenience, and she simply replied that it was all right before leaving. A woman informed Sang that even if he chose not to contact her, he would come to regret his decision. She explained her plan to enroll in the college he had told her about and to find a new boyfriend there. She warned him not to attempt to reconcile with her after she had moved on. Having concluded the conversation, Sang disregarded her words and focused on his immediate objective, which was to travel to a dungeon. While in a taxi, Sang researched information about the captain of a prominent guild he hoped to join. Soon after, he arrived at the headquarters of the Canis Guild. As he entered, a receptionist approached and asked how she could assist him. Sang stated that he was there to meet the captain. The receptionist inquired if he had an appointment. Sang replied that the captain himself had invited him. Despite his explanation, the receptionist maintained that an appointment was necessary. Before she could finish, a large man with a beard interrupted them. He asked Sang to confirm his identity, and Sang affirmed that he was the person the man was looking for. The bearded man then instructed the receptionist to let Sang pass, informing her that he was an expected guest. He told Sang that the captain was waiting for him. Sang was led to a room where the captain stood staring at a painting on the wall. After a knock at the door, someone announced Sang's arrival, and the captain granted him entry. The captain expressed his relief at seeing Sang had returned safely, and asked how he had managed to recover so quickly. Sang replied that it was thanks to the captain's intervention that he had avoided more serious injuries. The captain dismissed the praise, saying he had only done what was expected of anyone in that situation. Sang disagreed, emphasizing that the captain's actions went far beyond a simple duty. He pointed out that the captain had not only saved him, but also his entire family, ensuring they all received immediate medical attention. Sang stated that a simple expression of gratitude was insufficient. He then asked the captain what his true motive was for providing so much help. Sang mentioned the private hospital room, the financial support for his parents, and the specialized intensive care unit his sister Ju was given. In response to the question, the captain clenched his fist. He revealed that he too has a sister who went missing along with her team members. He explained that he saw a parallel between his own situation and Sang's near loss of his sister. Sang acknowledged his gratitude but admitted to feeling. He then asked why the captain had summoned him so soon after his recovery. The captain stated that he needed to know about the ability Sang had previously concealed. He asked directly if Sang's clones were solid physical bodies, referencing the clone that had sacrificed itself to protect a civilian. Sang confirmed that this was his ability and that he had not intended to hide it. The captain then made his request directly, stating that he needed Sang's help. He asked him to assist in the rescue of the Canis Guild's first team. He clarified that this was not a demand for repayment, but a belief that Sang was the only person capable of saving his sister and her companions. The captain then bowed to Sang. The gesture reminded Sang of his own desperation when he had pleaded for someone to save his sister. Realizing it was now his turn to help another, Sang agreed to do his best. Sang asked for instructions on how to begin the rescue mission. He was then brought to a training facility. The captain explained that while rescues are typically urgent, this situation was different. His sister possesses an ability that can generate survival supplies for up to 8 months. He also warned that the dungeon they would enter is of a very high level, so high that even a team of B-rank hunters had been unable to escape. Sang understood the gravity of the mission. The captain informed Sang that he was not yet strong enough for the task. He explained that Sang's current stats were insufficient and that he could no longer rely on his combat sense alone, as it had reached its maximum potential. Hearing this, Sang reacted with shocked disbelief. Jiamit was concerned after Sang asked to take a break from hunting for a few days and then ceased all contact. Sang later appeared before him, looking severely beaten. Ji asked what had happened to him. Sang explained that he had been beaten up and proceeded to recount the recent events. Jemt remarked on the fact that Sang's sister had been infected, yet Sang himself seemed to be all right. Sang confirmed that he was fine and mentioned that he had accepted a mission from Kina's guild. After Jemt expressed his understanding, Sang asked him to update his contact information to clone number 2 as he had lost his old phone. Ji suggested that Sang should back up his contacts from the old device, but Sang refused. When Jemt asked how he would reconnect with his friends and acquaintances, Sang replied that it was for the best. Jemt then inquired about the cause of his injuries. Sang explained that he was training with a man named Huan Ta. Alarmed by Sang's condition, Jemt offered to complain to the guild about the harshness of the training. Sang stopped him, explaining that he understood Hua was desperate and motivated by the desire to save his own sister. Sang also told Jay of his plan to incorporate his clones into the training sessions. The next day, Sang brought one clone to train with Hua. Both Sang and the clone were defeated. On the following day, he brought 2 clones, and all 3 of them were beaten. The day after, he returned with 3 clones, but all 4 of them were defeated again. Jemt spoke with Sang and his injured clones. Sang admitted that Hua was overwhelmingly strong. He explained that even mimicking his opponent's movements was useless because the difference in their power levels was too great. After some thought, Sang conceived of a new strategy and asked Genma for permission to try it. Genma gave his consent without knowing the details of the plan. The next day at training, Hua asked Sang and his clones if they were tired of being defeated. He then observed that Sang had given his clones a substance which had been supplied by Jemt. Sang and the enhanced clones now stood ready to face him. Hua, also referred to as Taiwan, asked what Sang had done to the clones. Sang urged him to stop talking and begin the fight. After an initial exchange of blows, Wan remarked that the fight was not as easy as he had anticipated. He noted that while the clones normally possessed half of Sang's stats, the substance had brought them to a power level nearly equal to his own. However, after landing a strike, Hua pointed out that while the clones were now stronger, they had lost their key advantage of precision. Sang slashed through his opponents, reflecting that he had not become a monster. He then drew a firearm and shot at an adversary, but the man withstood the bullet. The opponent retaliated with his own attack and declared that a mana bullet could not harm him. In response, Sang executed a complex maneuver. Despite his efforts, the opponent defeated him. The victor explained that simply hitting hard was insufficient and that one must concentrate mana to unify with their sword. Although he was only a C-rank hunter, Sang had no intention of ceasing his efforts to improve. His motivation to grow stronger was not based on the other man's advice, but on a feeling of helplessness he had experienced after waking up in a hospital. At that time, he had been forced to entrust his family's safety to someone else. And the memory of this event had profoundly changed him. He now resented his past weakness and was determined to never stop advancing. 6 months later, at the Silong Station hunting grounds, an individual was struck and knocked to the ground. A group of men were attempting to enter the area as a guardian arrived. One of the men questioned the guardian's intervention, stating that he paid for his entrance, but the guard called him an idiot. The guard then informed the group that the hunting grounds belonged to the Silver Moon Guild. Sang, who was also present, struck one of the men and knocked him to the ground. He questioned their decision to interfere with the guild's business. The remaining members of the group became angry and surrounded Sang. They identified themselves as D-rank hunters and asked if he believed he could face them all by himself. Sang questioned their assumption that he was alone and proceeded to summon his squad. The summoned allies swiftly defeated the group of hunters. Meanwhile, Wana visited Junmo late at night. Junmo asked for the reason for the visit, and Wana presented him with a document related to their business. The paper detailed Sang's initial statistics and showed his significant evolution over the past 6 months. Hua remarked that Sang's growth made him seem like a different species. Junmo asked if Sang was now strong enough to execute their plan. One admitted he had prepared a backup plan in case Sang's development was inadequate, but noted that his growth had been monstrous. He pointed out that Sang's strength stat had increased from 4 to 19, and his regeneration had risen from 0.
Went concluded that it was time to begin the rescue mission.
Also, considering that Sang's clones were even stronger than their statistics suggested. At the dungeon entrance, Sang was engaged in a physical altercation with several individuals. A guard intervened and told Sang to stop, but Sang questioned the order, asserting that the others had initiated the conflict. He then instructed his clones to destroy one of their phones to prevent them from calling for reinforcements. Other hunters who witnessed the scene decided to avoid the trouble and find a different dungeon. Inside the Silong Station hunting ground, Sang encountered an individual holding a gem. When questioned, the person identified themselves as a collector. Sang greeted the man who recognized Sang and asked why he was there. Sang confronted him, stating that he was too weak to be in a D-rank dungeon and that his equipment was not suitable for hunting. He then noticed another person also gathering items nearby and deduced that they had been trapped by the Silver Moon Guild. Sang expressed no sympathy, but demanded a full explanation of their situation, to reassure them that the guild members outside were no longer a threat. He showed the man a photograph of the defeated individuals at the gate. The man was shocked to see that Sang had defeated D-rank hunters. Sang silenced him and again insisted on an explanation. The man explained that in some dungeons, monsters fight each other, and the Silver Moon Guild traps weaker people inside to collect the items left behind. To be released, these individuals must meet a very high gem quota, which effectively traps them and can lead to significant debt. He added that if anyone died while collecting gems, their death was simply dismissed. Sang then told the man he was free to leave. As the man thanked him and turned to go, Sang stopped him and instructed him to leave the gem he was holding. Sang took the gem and tossed it to his clone, number 1, ordering it to consume it. With the area clear, Sang decided to start gathering gems himself. His work was interrupted by a person running frantically from a C-rank monster. Just as the creature was about to strike, Sang pushed the person to safety. The individual he saved asked who he was, and Sang replied that he was their savior. As the monster drew closer, the person panicked, accusing Sang of leading the creature toward them. Sang told them to remain calm. When the person noticed the powerful physique of Sang's clone, they attempted to run away again. Sang grabbed them, preventing their escape and demanding they explain everything. While some observers reacted with terror to the appearance of a large creature, Sang's clones were already fighting it, causing several explosions. Sang himself remained composed even when one of his clones was defeated. He questioned the clone, asking how it could have lost after consuming so many gems. He then instructed the clone to stay still, reminding it of the resources he had invested, and stating that he needed to concentrate. Without any hesitation, Sang drew a cursed sword and severed one of the creature's arms. He proceeded to attack the female creature with a relentless series of slashes, which seemed to confuse his opponent. The sword's curse began to affect Sang, triggering a memory of the monster that had killed his sister. He momentarily struggled to maintain his composure. The creature swung its remaining hand towards Sang, who responded by summoning 50 clones to intercept the attack. He then used the cursed sword to deliver a powerful blow, cutting down the attacking limb. Afterward, Sang muttered that he disliked using that particular weapon. The young woman who had witnessed the fight asked if he had truly defeated the creature by himself. Sang confirmed that he had, just as he promised he would, before turning his attention to his primary clone. Sang approached his first clone and asked about its condition. The clone was badly injured and its wound showed no signs of healing. The woman explained that the creature's bone sword was cursed, which prevented any wounds it inflicted from closing. She told Sang that they would need a healer. The woman then inquired if the clone was actually human, and Sang confirmed that it was. The woman admitted that she had initially mistaken the clone for a troll wearing a cap. After a moment of hesitation, she handed Sang a potion and instructed him to give it to the clone, saying it would help. Sang examined the vial and noticed a small skull floating inside, which made him question its safety. Deciding he had no other option, he administered the potion to the clone. Subsequently, smoke and a venomous substance were expelled from the clone's body, and Sang observed that the treatment appeared to have been effective. Although the clone appeared to have recovered, the woman explained that the effect was only temporary. She warned that the clone's life force would now drain away over time. She revealed that her ability was poison conjuration, which allowed her to create various potions and poisons. The substance she had provided, she clarified, was more of a potion than a poison, but was still dangerous. She expressed concern that the clone's life force would decrease significantly. Upon hearing this, Sang turned to his clone and ordered it to go hunt immediately since its time was now limited. The woman then stated that since she had revealed her ability, Sang should now share his. She asked what he was and why he could command monsters, noting that she had never encountered a rank B individual with his level of power. Sang corrected her, informing her that he was actually rank E. The woman expressed her disbelief and questioned how a rank E hunter could operate in such a dangerous area. Sang interrupted her, telling her to relax and asserting that he would be the one asking the questions from that point on. Meanwhile, at the YOLO Guild's warehouse, several members were moving boxes. They called over a young woman who appeared to be blushing. Another guild member approached and asked the first woman why she was gathering so many items, remarking on her unusual behavior. The woman explained that a person named One Tag had requested a favor. The second woman wondered aloud why Sang needed such a large quantity of stones and questioned if he intended to consume them all. Later, on a train, the woman from the earlier fight reflected on Sang's harsh reaction to her question about his ability. She considered the possibility that he was a dangerous person, but then decided that she should try to trust him instead. Attempting to appear composed, she told Sang that he could talk to her if he wanted to. Sang turned to face her, thinking to himself that her suspicions about him had been foolish. Sang stood up and asked the woman about the Hyong Guild, which she had mentioned while fleeing. Surprised, she questioned how a hunter could be unaware of them. Sang explained that he had only been a hunter for a short time and asked her to tell him about the guild's illicit activities. The woman revealed that Silver Moon is a puppet organization for the Hyong Guild created to handle their unethical operations. She added that the Hyong Guild is controlled by a man with a mustache. Recalling someone else who had been harmed by them, Sang asked if she had also been captured by the Hyong Guild. The woman replied that he did not need to know that information. Having acquired the details he sought, Sang announced that he was leaving to continue hunting. The woman asked why he was departing so soon. He told her that if she did not wish to remain, she should make her way to the gate. He then turned and walked away. Sang remarked that he found her ability impressive. In response, she said that she disliked her power because it had many side effects and was designed primarily for killing. Sang then handed her Juno's contact card. He advised her to call the agent if she was afraid of the Hyong Guild and needed a safer place to work, noting that the agent also held a strong dislike for the guild. With that, he departed to hunt monsters. As he left, Sang reflected that he should have made a greater effort to persuade her, as her poison ability could be very useful for his clones. During a subsequent fight, Sang's clone number 1 suddenly collapsed and disappeared. This was a side effect of the poison ability, which Sang recognized as a significant drawback. Once the skill's cooldown period ended, he re-ummoned the clone, which appeared unclothed. He instructed it to get dressed, and after it was ready, he resumed hunting. Unseen by Sang, 2 large men were watching him from a distance. They appeared to be some of the hunters who had been gathering gems before he forced everyone to leave the area. Deciding to search for valuables themselves, they soon discovered a puddle of refined liquid crystal. The men discussed how a small amount of the substance was worth 100 times more than ordinary gems and could increase a person's stats by €5. However, they also knew that consuming it would transform the user into a monster. One of them, a man with blonde hair, concluded that the stat boost was not worth the risk. His companion then mentioned an illegal organization called DP, which processed these items for human use. Since DP purchased all available gems, their suppliers became very wealthy. Realizing the immense value of their discovery, the two men decided to return the next day to collect all of the liquid crystal. After the men closed the door and left, it immediately opened again. The woman who had been with Sang appeared in the doorway. She had been followed by one of his clones, but had managed to evade it. She began gathering all the valuable items in the room, stuffing them into her clothes. A chaotic crowd was running nearby, and she blended in with them to make her escape. The clone in the vicinity did not notice her departure. Meanwhile, Sang continued to accumulate wealth from his hunt until he was interrupted by an incoming message. The day after being told to come to Ken's guild for a mission briefing, the men who had initially found the liquid crystal returned to the dungeon. They discovered that the crystal was gone. In response, one of the men violently grabbed a guard by the throat, expressing frustration with the security. He demanded to know who had been allowed to enter the area. The guard explained that the only individuals who had accessed the site were Sang's group and the people who were subsequently evacuated. Upon hearing this, the man released the guard, recalling his encounter with Sang and his companions. He internally questioned how he could possibly contend with opponents of their caliber. Meanwhile, a female character who had escaped the earlier conflict was moving through the night. She felt relief at having met Sang, believing she would not have survived otherwise. She had also managed to acquire some gems from the incident. As she stopped to examine the gems she had taken, a business card fell from her pocket. She picked it up and remembered Sang's words. He had told her that her ability was impressive and offered her a place by giving her the number on the card. Despite this, her thoughts turned critical. She dismissed Sang as an idiot and decided she would not contact him simply because he had praised her skills. At the guild meeting, Towan began the briefing. He stated that the mission was related to Odin's Tower, a place where Team 1, which included his sister, was currently trapped. Junmo appeared confused by this information. While Sang asked for clarification on what Odin's Tower was, Talwan explained that it is a unique type of dungeon that has an entrance, but no known exit. The only link to the outside world is it being known as mana, and communication with those inside is only possible through telepathy. He added that the only ways to leave the tower are to either complete the dungeon or use a teleportation skill. Sang considered the implications for his cloning ability. Realizing he could send clones inside to gather information, he asked Tawan if this was the plan and if he was capable of carrying it out. Sang then questioned why the formidable Team 1 had not been able to escape on their own. Taiwan admitted that the team had been given a means of escape before their departure. Want then stepped forward to provide a detailed explanation of the events that led to the team getting trapped. He recounted that 5 years prior, just before the end of the 2005 disaster, his sister had awakened a subspace storage skill. During that difficult period for humanity, her ability to store items and even people proved essential for their survival. Over the years, they overcame many dangerous situations together. His sister grew to become a fierce leader, eventually taking command of Team 1. Want recalled advising her that it was only safe to enter Odin's Tower with a teleporter on the team. His sister, however, argued that they had already tried to recruit teleporters without success and were well prepared with scrolls. She insisted that they needed to undertake the mission immediately to prevent their guild from falling behind its rivals. To prove their readiness, she showed W their vast stockpile of supplies. Though he was reluctant, she convinced him and the team set out for the tower. A friend later tried to reassure W, urging him to trust his team and his own judgment as guildmaster. On that very day, he made the public announcement that Sang had seen when he was younger, an event W described as a coincidence. Junmo then asked if any attempts had been made to contact the team. He explained that they had taken 10 telepathy scrolls to send back information. Communications proceeded as normal for the first few weeks. However, after about a month, something went wrong. In the communication tent set up at the tower's entrance, an operator was preparing a scroll to receive a message from the team. But the transmission he received was completely unexpected. Taewon continued his story about the tower, recalling the day his team used a scroll to establish contact with Team 1, who were trapped inside. He described how a teleportation portal opened next to them. When the first person emerged from the portal, he was severely wounded with major abdominal injuries and bleeding profusely from his mouth. Taewon recalled that at that moment the confidence of everyone present was completely shattered. The injured survivor then collapsed into the arms of a colleague who immediately called for a medical team. As this happened, the portal began to show signs of collapsing. A woman in the group asked if the telepathic connection was still active, and a man confirmed that it was. She instructed him to relay a message to the team inside, warning them that a rescue party would arrive at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and that they should prepare to leave. While receiving medical attention, the wounded man apologized. He explained that a new unknown type of monster had appeared inside the tower. Despite their best efforts, even the highest-ranked healers were unable to effectively treat his injuries. Taewon recounted that he stood by, stunned and unable to speak. The telepath then announced he would repeat the final words from the team inside the tower. He relayed their message, in which they stated their belief that they had failed the mission. Though they had initially thought they could succeed, they urged the rescue party not to rush, as they could still hold on for a while. Their final communication was a promise to try and return alive no matter what happened. Taewon concluded that after this event, they attempted to hire many other hunters, but no one was willing to enter the tower where only the teleporter had managed to survive. Back in the present, Taewon confirmed to Sang that he believed Sang could reach the location where the team was trapped. With this confirmation, Taewon stated he was ready to execute the rescue mission and that the guild would provide an escort to the tower's entrance. Before departing, however, they planned to make a stop at a bar called Paradise. Elsewhere, Yang, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild, was physically assaulting his subordinates. These were the men who had been tasked with imprisoning weaker individuals underground to collect stones. They tried to explain that a strange hunter who was not registered on the Class D list had interfered with their operation. Yang angrily questioned how they could have been defeated by a Class E hunter and continued to beat them. He reminded them that the Hyong Guild would not wait for them forever and ordered them to find the man and bring him to him. The Silver Moon Guild was now tasked with capturing Sang. Their leader, Yang, privately thought that his subordinates would likely fail. Nearby stood another man who was identified as Kong Shinyeon, the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild. The following day, Sang spoke with Jetmo, expressing his suspicion that Taewon had not been entirely forthcoming. He specifically questioned their true motives for wanting to clear Odin's tower. Sang mentioned that his own knowledge of the tower was limited, but he knew from the jumper, George Lucas, that it had already been cleared in 2012. He recalled the public's reaction at the time, with many people asking Lucas about the tower's contents and rewards. Sang recounted that George Lucas had declared Odin's tower to be empty with only a single monster remaining inside. Lucas had stated there were no treasures or items to be found, and had advised other hunters not to risk their lives for a useless endeavor. Hearing this, Jetmo offered to investigate the matter for Sang, but Sang declined, saying it was not necessary. As their conversation concluded, the agency door opened and a woman entered. It was revealed that she had been sleeping inside the building. Jetmo asked for her identity, and Sang explained that he had called her to the agency. When Jetmo moved closer to the woman, she drew back from him. The first thing she did was ask for food. After she finished eating, Sang handed her a number and inquired if she had come to the JM agency to work. She affirmed that she had. Jetmo asked what her abilities were, to which she replied, item appraisal and potion making. Sang then clarified that her potions were lethal to anyone who drank them. Sang, now with a new haircut, explained to Jetmo that her deadly potions would be highly effective when used on his clones. Understanding the plan, Jetmo accepted her into the agency and began to gather the necessary equipment for her to produce basic potions. With the matter settled, Sang stood up and announced his departure, stating he had more important things to do. The woman asked where he was going, assuming he was dungeon hunting. Sang corrected her, saying his purpose was different this time. In response, she tossed him some mana and strength potions. Jetmo then inquired about the side effects of the potions she had given to Sang. The woman explained that the strength potion would dissolve the user's muscles, and the mana potion would cause the user to explode. Sometime later, Sang gathered his group outside. He told them it was time to leave and motivated them with a promise of good food when they returned, which made them react with excitement. A woman was nearly finished moving a collection of jewels to the guild's storage facility. As she was about to report her progress, she discovered that the location had been ransacked. Shocked at the scene, she wondered who would have the audacity to rob the YOLO guild. She then activated a detection skill which allowed her to pinpoint the robbers' location. After confirming their position, she entered a portal in pursuit. Before she could reach them, she was ambushed and violently beaten by a man named Kanjani. Kanjane apologized to her, explaining that he and his group needed the jewels, and asked his accomplice if they had secured all the items. After receiving confirmation, Kanjin ordered his team to finish their work and set the building on fire. The jewels they stole were the same ones Sang required for an upcoming mission. The scene then shifts to Iceland, where Sang and his companions arrive in a spacecraft. They stand before a portal leading to Valhalla, which is connected to Odin's tower. At the entrance, guards informed Sang that a man named waiting for him. Sang proceeded through the portal and emerged onto a stone path in an area that resembled outer space. He was disoriented by the environment, observing that it did not look like a tower. Sang noted the extreme cold and located the guild's supply depot. Inside, he found that all the jewels had been stolen, and the occupants were discussing the incident. When Sang entered, the people present greeted him with enthusiasm. They provided the clones accompanying Sang with jackets to protect them from the cold before the group prepared to depart. Their objective was 40 kilometers from the entrance at the site where a previous team had disappeared. Sang commented that the distance was not as great as he had expected, considering it had taken the first team a month to travel that far. Wanta explained that the delay was due to battles with monsters, not a shortage of supplies. He then gave Sang 3 protective scrolls for the clones. Sang distributed the scrolls to clones numbered 4, 5, and 6, stating that they were essential to his plan. Sang asked for instructions on how to use the scrolls and was told to simply tear them as each was linked to a fixed location. A woman in the depot added that Team 1 had been scheduled to investigate a specific area at 2 p.m., and she advised Sang to search for signs of a battle there. She then asked if he had any more questions. In response, Sang asked would like for dinner if Sang were to return successfully with his sister.
Wanta replied that he would want a homemade meal.
The clones gathered their swords and potions, and the team of 5 set out on their mission. Sang remained behind, sitting in a chair to activate his familiar ability. Back at the depot, a nervous W acknowledged that the success of the mission was now entirely dependent on Sang. Sang's familiar ability was functioning correctly, allowing his summoned warriors to move through the severe snowstorm. The weather presented a major obstacle, making progress difficult even with his inherent resistance to the cold. He eventually arrived at Odin's tower, situated near a structure that appeared to be a frozen city. Upon his arrival, Sang experienced an unusual sensation. He realized he now possessed full and direct control over his primary familiar's body. This was an effect of his familiar skill reaching level 17, which had evolved the ability from simple sensory sharing to complete physical command. The new level of control was fundamentally different. Whereas he previously issued mental commands that the familiar would obey, he now felt as if he were inhabiting the body himself. Using this enhanced connection, he directed his squad of familiars to advance. As he began his mission, Sang noticed from the state of his clothes that the path behind him had vanished, making a retreat impossible. The first monster to confront him was a large ice bat. His familiars dispatched the creature with ease. Rather than engaging in combat himself, Sang remained at a distance to observe and analyze the enemies. He noted that these bats attacked in groups and were always led by a more powerful boss variant. When the bat boss appeared, Sang prepared to draw his sword, but his familiars destroyed it before he had a chance to act. After the effortless encounter, Sang and his familiars continued onward, fighting through numerous bats. They covered a distance of 13 kilometers, a quarter of the total journey, more quickly than he had anticipated. Soon new monsters emerged, resembling yetis armed with clubs. Sang was well prepared, immediately firing a magic projectile that appeared to strike one in the head. He arranged his familiars in a tactical formation with 2 fighting on the front line while 3 provided support from the rear. The battle was straightforward, and the Yetis were defeated without issue. The lack of any real challenge made Sang feel uneasy, but he commented to himself that his progress was perfect. Just as he was considering how well things were going, the ground beneath his familiar crumbled and gave way. In a different location, a woman in a tent asked a man named One Ta if he was certain Sang would be safe. One Ta told her not to worry. He explained that his original plan had been a small-scale infiltration to rescue a few people with a second larger group to follow later. However, Sang's growth rate had far exceeded all expectations. In just 6 months, his statistics had increased by nearly 20 points each, bringing his power to the level of a rank B hunter. One Ta also noted Sang's position as a CLLO in the U.S. Air Force. The woman observed that this meant Sang's individual strength was equivalent to an entire rank B team, and One Ta agreed with her assessment. He added that Sang would be even stronger if the Yoloville warehouse raid had succeeded. The woman then stated that besides the ice golem, no other monster on the first floor should pose a threat to him. One confirmed that he had already warned Sang about the golem, and was confident that he would be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Sang had landed inside a dangerous-looking area. He prepared for a difficult confrontation by making a cut on his finger to coat his sword's blade with his blood. He then swung the enhanced weapon at a massive ice golem. The attack made no impact, failing to leave even a scratch. The golem retaliated with a powerful headbutt, which Sang managed to dodge by jumping to the side. He was now faced with the reality that his strongest sword was completely ineffective against this opponent. The area is in a state of chaos with numerous hostile creatures still present. A large golem consumes one of these creatures and then extends its palm. Sang immediately catches hold of it. Sang dodges multiple incoming projectiles while observing the golem, which is eliminating the creatures more efficiently than his own clones. Sang finds this suspicious. He recalls being warned that to defeat the golem, he must strike the yellow core located in the center of its chest. Sang considers his options as his magic bullets fail to even scratch the core. The golem raises its arm for an overhead hammer blow, and Sang instructs his clones to evade the attack. He dodges falling debris but is unable to avoid an incoming punch. The blow does not hit him directly. Instead, it strikes and destroys his clone number 5. Seeing this, Sang realizes he must deal with the situation quickly and considers using a teleport scroll. Formulating a plan, Sang charges toward the golem, which is now dragging the remains of the destroyed clone. Sang activates an ability in his legs as the golem attempts to bite him, narrowly avoiding being eaten. He lunges forward just as the creature's mouth snaps shut. The remaining clones look on with uncertainty, but Sang is revealed to be safe outside the golem. Lying on the ground, he looks at the angered creature and asks it if it tasted what it just swallowed. It becomes clear that Sang's maneuver caused the golem to ingest the teleport scroll. A brief flashback clarifies Sang's strategy. As clone number 5 was being struck, Sang decided that if he could not break the core, he would teleport it away instead. The scroll activated inside the golem, creating a portal that affected only its living component. The core vanished and the golem was neutralized. With the golem defeated, Sang receives a significant increase to his strength, vitality, dexterity, and mana. His clone skill also levels up. He reflects that this particular skill had been stagnant for a long time compared to his others. He then decides against summoning a new clone. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a man named George Lucas, who is taking a bath. A digital assistant presents him with a list of individuals who requested to see him that month. He becomes visibly distressed when he reviews the list. He asks his assistant if any of the requests came from South Korean guilds, and the assistant confirms there are none. George Lucas remarks that this is absurd and that things have changed. He instructs the assistant to reject all appointment requests and to proceed with the planned inauguration ceremony for his new academy. The scene changes again, focusing on a character named Baldy. He is approached by the man whom Sang had previously defeated. The man says that he has finally found Baldy after their last encounter. He asks Baldy how he managed to escape from a group he calls the Silver Moon Bastards. Baldy replies only that he received help without revealing his rescuer's identity. He then mentions that their companion, Changwan, is tired. A knocking sound was heard at the door, which was then opened. A man identified as Kanjin immediately struck a chubby man with his fist, sending him flying across the room. Kanjin then entered and asked who had attacked the members of Silver Moon in the hunting field. He warned the men present that they were the third group he had questioned and that the previous two had claimed to know nothing. He then wondered aloud if this group would also deny having any information. The chubby man activated an ability and attempted to punch Kanjin, who blocked the attack with no effort. Kanjin stared at him, then gripped his hand and forced him to the floor. After pulling the man back to his feet, Kanjin delivered a powerful punch to his head, causing a severe and bloody injury. Seeing this, a bald man told Kanjin to stop, promising he would tell him everything he wanted to know. Kanjin feigned confusion before striking the bald man in the mouth. He told the man that he would be forced to talk one way or another and questioned why he was acting as if providing the information was a generous offer. Kanjin then asked why he was protecting the chubby man, adding that he was going to die anyway. He struck the bald man again, knocking him to the ground, and then moved to stomp on him. The man screamed for him to stop, admitting that he knew the identity of the person who attacked Silver Moon. As he begged for mercy, Kanjin stated his belief that any problem could be solved with fists. The man was about to reveal Sang's identity. The scene shifts to a frozen, icy region where Sang and his clones were traveling. Sang decided they should slow down and remain on high alert. He noted that although they had not encountered any monsters for some time, they had discovered numerous corpses. Sang considered how difficult it would be to recover the bodies from such a location, and wondered what had killed so many people. Sang asked one of his clones for their current position, and the clone confirmed they were close to their destination. He instructed them to search for any traces of battle left by an individual known as Teen 1, mentioning they needed to check everything by 2 o'clock. Suddenly, a clone moved in front of Sang, intercepting a stabbing attack from an unseen assailant. A large monster then materialized before him. Sang was confused by the monster's sudden appearance and theorized that it might possess an invisibility skill, as the only evidence of its presence had been footprints on the ground. An entire group of these creatures then surrounded them. Sang realized that these undetectable monsters were responsible for the corpses he had found earlier. He attempted to draw his dagger, but one of the creatures shoved him backward. A clone positioned behind him immediately attacked and sliced the monster. As they fought, more invisible creatures continued to appear, becoming visible only when they attacked. Sang found it strange that his clones were capable of blocking the monster's surprise attacks. He decided to relinquish control of his body to his primary clone, Number 1, so he could observe the fight. Number 1 drew a cursed sword. Although he appeared to be negatively affected by the weapon, he did not seem to be concerned. Sang blocked an invisible attack, then sensed another one from behind and struck it down. He quickly determined that he could react to the monsters by listening for the sound of the wind from their blades as they swung. Sang realized it would not be simple to copy his clone's abilities, and that he still had much to learn. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon subdimension, a member of the trapped party spoke to their captain. He noted that it was almost 2 o'clock and that they needed to assess the situation. The captain stood up and stated that she could no longer offer any words of hope. She was certain the day would be the same as before, with the sound of ice being the first thing they would hear. However, the captain then heard a different sound. Outside, Sang was attempting to understand how his clones were able to detect the monsters. The creatures did not have high statistics, but their invisibility made them a significant threat. His clones were accumulating numerous injuries from cuts and strikes, and their numbers did not appear to be diminishing. It was impossible to estimate how many enemies remained. Suddenly, a subdimension portal appeared. Sang recognized it as the location of the attack team and immediately sent all of his clones running in that direction. From inside the portal, the captain saw a person approaching. The group's initial reaction was subdued, but some grew impressed as the figures drew closer. The captain activated a vision skill and saw that Sang was leading the entire swarm of monsters directly toward them. As he approached, Sang shielded his eyes and announced that he had come to save them. He then asked them to save him in return. After a brief hesitation, the captain ordered her squad into action. She instructed them to help the young man, and they deployed shields and magic. A defensive dome formed as one member began an incantation, activating a magic arrow skill. Multiple powers struck the pursuing monsters as Sang continued to run. The first clone managed to get inside the dome just in time, and the rescue party collapsed to the ground. The captain then closed the entrance with her shield. The captain thanked Sang, who identified himself as being from Rescue Team 1. The party members did not seem particularly impressed. After a moment, and woman asked if he was from the Canes Guild, Sang replied that he was, explaining that he came at the request of Guild Master Ilta. The man expressed his relief that their guild had not abandoned them. The captain then asked about the condition of Xiang Ta, the team member who had escaped. Sang confirmed that Xiang Ta was alive but had not yet regained consciousness. Sang noted her concern for her team, but interrupted to state that they needed to leave, reminding them that Ilta was waiting for their return. The woman informs Sang that they can leave as she has brought teleportation scrolls. Sang notices that one scroll is missing from the original 10 and asks about its whereabouts. The woman hesitates before requesting another favor from him. Sang asks what she wants, and she explains that one of their comrades died during the mission. She recounts that their group was ambushed. Their healer was killed first, followed by an older team member. The woman expresses her desire to retrieve the body of their fallen comrade so she is not left behind. She explains that during the chaos of the ambush, they opened a portal to escape. However, an invisible monster slipped through and killed the person managing the teleportation, forcing the survivors to flee immediately. Sang understands her request and asks for the body's location. The woman opens a spatial dimension to show him the area. Sang assesses that the location is not extremely far, but retrieving the body will require dealing with monsters. Since he can use his clones for the task, he agrees to help but establishes two conditions. First, he will abort the mission and withdraw everyone if he senses any risk of failure. The group agrees to this term. Second, he insists on handling the retrieval by himself. The others protest, questioning his decision to go alone. Sang clarifies that he will be using his clones, not his actual body, which surprises the woman. Meanwhile, a man named Ken Jin Ho is assaulting another man, Jun Mo. Ken Jin Ho is aware of Sang's connection to Jun Mo's agency. He breaks Jun Mo's arm during the interrogation. Jun Mo was being tortured for refusing to reveal Sang's name, but Ken Jin Ho finds a document containing the information. The paper identifies Sang as Zhang Sang-woo, a hunter from the GM agency. With Sang's name and address now known, his enemies can target his family. They are also aware of his cloning ability and realize they must find his original body to defeat him. Ken Jin Ho immediately sends his men to the address on the document. Unbeknownst to them, a woman is secretly observing the entire situation. She recognizes the attackers as members of the Silver Moon organization. The injured Jun Mo asks Ken Jin Ho why they are pursuing Sang. Ken Jin Ho explains that Sang defeated their crystal gathering team. When Jun Mo feigns ignorance about the crystals, Ken Jin Ho calls him stubborn. He accuses Sang of stealing their crystals and fleeing, framing himself and his group as the victims. The current situation was complicated. The woman with Sang had stolen a highly valuable pool, whereas Sang had only taken a bag of crystals. Despite this, she was now involved in the immediate danger. In the subdimension, the woman commented that Sang's cloning ability was unlike any she had seen before. Sang assured her that his clones were not illusions. He explained that she did not need to worry about their lives, as he could simply resummon them if they were destroyed. He then outlined his plan. Clones number 4 and 6 would wait at the door with a teleport scroll as a precaution. Meanwhile, he and clones number 2 and 3 would enter to retrieve the body and return. The woman expressed skepticism. The old man offered to help, but Sang declined, stating that it was his responsibility to ensure their safe escape. The woman then questioned his strategy, pointing out the inherent danger of using monsters to guarantee safety. Sang insisted that this was the plan, and that its success depended on her trust. After a moment, she reluctantly agreed to follow his lead. Sang drew his cursed sword. For the past 6 months, he had been increasing his stats by consuming crystals, which had also granted him a new skill. This passive ability, called Monster Devour, gave him a 12% chance to absorb a portion of a monster's stats whenever he killed one. This was the primary method he used to increase his attributes, although he was not yet satisfied with his progress. Standing before the portal, Sang gave the command to open it. He observed that the portal was powerful enough to consume mana explosions. He then instructed clone number 4 to pass him a knife. After receiving it, Sang threw his sword and a container of demon venom through the portal. He issued a final instruction for everyone to evacuate immediately once the body was recovered. The woman then informed him that the monsters inside the dimension remained stationary, waiting for targets, which meant the ones he brought would also stay in their positions. With the plan set, Sang cracked his knuckles as the portal opened. He gave the signal to advance and dashed inside. He immediately located the body and began moving towards it. He soon noticed a footprint, alerting him to the presence of a nearby enemy. Outside, the remaining clones guarded the area and instructed the others to stay back. Some of the people offered to help, but the sister declined. She explained that their location was 40 kilnas from the main entrance, which meant Sang had to have a special method for traversing such a distance quickly. She affirmed that they needed to trust him. Inside, as Sang moved forward, a monster attacked him from the right. He blocked the strike instinctively, which seemed to surprise his attacker. This defensive maneuver demonstrated his growing ability to sense and react to attacks. However, he saw that a large group of enemies surrounded the woman's body. As he advanced on the location, one of his clones was struck from behind with a slash. Monsters began to approach from all sides, prompting Sang to use a specific strategy. He opened a pot and consumed a potion which significantly amplified his mana. With this boost, he fired a powerful projectile at a large corpse. An attack that effectively cleared the entire area of threats. Inside a separate location, the observers were stunned by Sang's diverse abilities, which included creating clones, wielding various weapons, and launching devastating attacks. Sang asked an injured companion if he was still able to move, and the man confirmed that he could. Sang then instructed him to retrieve a specific body. As they did, Sang sensed that the corpse's mana was dangerously unstable and on the verge of exploding. The body began to disintegrate, transforming into a form of dark sorcery. Deciding to act as a decoy, Sang drew the enemy's attention. An aura materialized above him, and he was quickly surrounded. Meanwhile, 2 of his clones collected the body. Sang then shouted for his companions to flee before stomping the ground with enough force to launch everyone into the air. The clones used this upward momentum to land ahead of the others and sprint towards a portal. The group escaped successfully, and one of the female members expressed her gratitude. After passing through the portal, the group began to cut a scroll to seal it. An older man present warned them not to do it yet, pointing out that someone was still on the other side. Sang explained that it was only a clone, and that its survival could no longer be guaranteed. The clone, which appeared fully conscious, looked back at the group before they departed. As a result of the battle, Sang's monster devour skill had activated repeatedly. Through this ability, he absorbed the ice essence from numerous defeated creatures, which enhanced his strength, reflexes, mana, and resistance to cold. The scene changes to another location where an individual is slicing an apple. This person speaks to a man named Mr. Xiang Te, informing him that the rescue mission was scheduled for that day and might already be over. They urged him to wake up, at which point Mr. Shantai's finger twitched. Back at the guild base inside the tower, a portal opened. Guild members ran towards it, anticipating the team's return. A hand emerged first, causing the onlookers to become frightened. A young woman recognized the person coming through as her brother, and overcome with emotion, began to cry. Elsewhere, Sang regained consciousness in a chair. It was noted that this was the first time he had employed such a self-destructive tactic. His sister was with him and attempted to maintain a composed demeanor. Hua embraces a woman, telling her to be quiet and reassuring her that everything is now fine, though he also calls her an idiot. In response, she begins to cry. The woman explains that she was terrified and had been certain no one would be able to rescue them. She feels responsible for what happened to another woman during the incident. As they have their emotional reunion, a group of people watches them. Elsewhere, the man who had been hospitalized finally regains consciousness. Later, Sang is reviewing his stats when a clone appears and returns his sword. He is pleased to see that his attributes have increased significantly. One Taz then approaches and addresses him as Mr. Hunter formally thanking him in Japanese. Sang replies that he only accepted the job for the high pay. Taz dismisses this and promises that from that point on, he will provide assistance whenever Sang needs it. He clarifies that Sang only needs to inform him of any problems. Sang later approaches W to return a scroll that he did not use during the mission. W initially tells him to keep any unused items from the expedition as his own. Sang refuses the offer, insisting that the scroll belongs to the guild and that he would feel wrong keeping it. Junmo then takes the scroll back. The sister expresses her surprise, remarking that Sang had apparently been present with them the entire time. Taz explains that Sang remained stationary while using a familiar skill to control his creatures from a distance. The sister now believes the explanation, admitting she had previously thought it was a story made up to calm them down. Taz observes Sang and contemplates how powerful he might become in the future. Outside, Sang remarks to Taz that he will likely be busy now. Taz confirms this, stating that he must check on everyone's health and also make preparations for funerals. Sang's phone, which was inactive inside the dungeon, suddenly receives numerous notifications. He checks the messages and is shocked to learn that Junmo has been abducted by members of Silver Moon. The message includes Junmo's current location, which is being tracked. Sang becomes visibly angry and informs Taz that he needs to leave immediately. When Taz asks why, Sang explains that Silver Moon has kidnapped Junmu. Taz questions the motive, and Sang speculates it is retaliation for his earlier conflict with one of their members at the hunting field. Hearing this, Taz retrieves a scroll from his jacket and offers it to Sang for his trip. Sang initially refuses, but Taz insists, reminding him of his promise to provide full support. At the entrance to the Silver Moon Guild, a group of people has gathered and is waiting. Nearby, a young woman is watching the scene when someone calls out her name. A woman is apprehended by an unknown man who questions her presence. Before she can be harmed, Sang emerges from a portal behind them. He acts quickly, choking one assailant while two of his clones surround another with knives. The woman is stunned by the speed of the intervention, which takes place while a henchman can be heard struggling violently nearby. The woman urges Song to stop, explaining that they need to get information from the man he is subduing. Complying, Song ties up the assailants and asks for the captive's location. The woman informs him that Junmo was taken to the Silver Moon Guild storage facility. Song tells her to wait where she is. As he prepares to assemble his allies inside the storage building, Junmo is being held captive by a man named Kangwin. Junmo has been repeatedly beaten. Kangwin asks him why his group chose to interfere with their guild. As Junmo wonders if his associates, Sang-woo, will come to his rescue, one of Kangwin's men reports that Sang-woo is abroad and will not be back for several hours. Just as the captors consider ordering food, a powerful blow strikes the door. The metal door is cut open from the outside and bursts inward. Sang enters and asks the men if they are from the Silver Moon Guild. Kangwin expresses surprise, stating he had expected Sang's arrival to be much later. Some of his men who seem to know about Sang's abilities ask about his other masked companions, prompting Kangwin to order them to capture the clones. While a weakened Junmo shouts for him to stop, Sang confronts the guild members with an expression of intense anger. The first man who attacks is met with an elbow to the chin that dislocates his jaw, followed by Sang grabbing and breaking his arm. When another henchman in a suit steps in to help, Sang breaks his arm as well. With all of his subordinates swiftly incapacitated on the floor, Kangwin calls them useless. He observes that Sang defeated them all without moving from his initial position. Kangwin calls for a pause, stating that he wants to ask a question as a precaution. He then asks Sang where he has hidden the crystals. Sang seems confused by the question, recalling only that he had picked up some ordinary stones. He warns Kangwin that he has crossed a line and that the conflict will not end peacefully. Kangwin retorts that Sang is the arrogant one, revealing that he investigated Sang's office and acknowledges his physical strength based on the ease with which he defeated the henchman. Kangwin estimates Sang to be at least a B-class hunter with high stats. Kangwin continues his analysis, mocking Sang for having what he considers a useless cloning skill despite his impressive stats. He speculates that Sang's only other ability must be a concentrated attack. Kangwin claims this weakness explains why Sang associated with a low-tier agency, remarking that inferior individuals flock together. In response to the insults, Sang simply offers a calm acknowledgement. Sang's clones arrive on the scene, immediately shifting the balance of the confrontation. The opposing group is now at a disadvantage. Kangen's subordinates become visibly nervous, and one of them reports that the men stationed at the rear have been defeated. Kangen replies that he was already aware of this, calling his subordinate an idiot. With his reinforcements, Sang is no longer outnumbered and holds a dagger. Kangen decides to use an invisibility skill. One of his men expresses confidence, stating that Kangen will surely win because only a user with a specific detection class could possibly counter such a stealth ability. While invisible, Kangen believes that conventional methods of sensing presence or auras are useless against his skill, which he thinks erases his existence completely. He moves to attack from behind, but he notices Sang's clones seem to be looking toward his position. Still, he is confident that Sang cannot detect him and that the fight will end shortly. Just as Kangen closes in, Sang orders his clones to seize him. The clones immediately capture the surprised Kangen, restraining him effectively. Sang then instructs some of his clones to transport the injured Junmo to a hospital. The scene transitions to a bar where Sang's college friends are having drinks. They are celebrating the beginning of their 3rd year. One friend comments on the fact that it is still just the 3 of them, asking if none of them plan to find a girlfriend. Another friend who wears glasses then asks if anyone has seen Sang-woo, mentioning that no one has heard from him in a while. They confirm that Sang-woo changed his number and is not responding to messages. A third friend reveals he heard that Sang-woo is now working as a hunter. The news surprises the others, who find it difficult to reconcile the idea of the nice-seeming Sang-woo killing monsters. One friend suggests that they simply have never seen Sang-woo truly angry. He asks the friend who was Sang-woo's former neighbor if he ever saw him lose his temper. The neighbor recalls an incident from when they used to walk home from school together. He explains that he was mugged by a group of gangsters. When Sang-woo arrived, the friend told him to leave for his own safety. Instead, Sang-woo came back and headbutted one of the attackers. The friend clarifies that Sang-woo did not save him. They were both beaten up. He also learned later that Sang-woo had been targeted by the same group before. The friends remark on Sang-woo's character, noting that despite his calm demeanor, he would charge forward without thinking when provoked. The friend concludes that Sang-woo was tolerant when targeted himself, but became aggressive when his friends were threatened. Back in the present, a shocked Kangen asks Sang how he was able to detect him. Sang notes Kang's confidence in his ability and then explains that he had just finished fighting a group of monsters that used the exact same skill. Sang reminds Kangen of his earlier insults, recalling that Kangen had dismissed his skill as trash and warned him against coming here. After the battle at Odin's Tower, Sang's statistics showed a significant increase with nearly 10 points added to each stat, and his cold resistance rising to 19. He acted decisively, throwing one of his opponents a considerable distance. His clones reported that one enemy had escaped, but that all the others had been subdued. Sang instructed them to take Junmu to the hospital for treatment, telling him not to worry. Nearby, the defeated Kanjin struggled to get up. He thought about the official report, which listed Sang's strength at only 19, a number that was clearly inaccurate given the current circumstances. He also noted that Sang's clones were formidable, realizing that being caught by even 2 of them would be decisive. Convinced that such a large increase in stats was impossible without an external aid, Kanjin scanned his opponent and noticed a potion in Sang's pocket. Kanjin managed to stand and addressed Sang, admitting that he had underestimated him and had not expected such a response. He stated that he would not make that mistake again, and that he would demonstrate the power of a true Class B hunter. His own stats were revealed to be 25 in strength and 35 in reflex. He declared that Sang had not yet seen his full capabilities and rushed forward to attack. Sang simply stated that he had no interest in seeing everything a man had. While advancing, Kanjin realized his movements were being detected. He concluded that, however unlikely it seemed, they were sensing the air currents around him. To counter this, he began to move in a way that stirred up the air, creating a noisy environment to mask his position. Sang observed that his opponent's speed would now make it more difficult to react. Despite the chaotic movement, Sang turned and blocked an incoming attack. He then struck Kanjin on the head, calling him an idiot. Sang explained that the resulting smoke and dust made his opponent's position even easier to see. Kanjin was knocked to the ground, where he began laughing maniacally. Sang asked what was so amusing. He then discovered that during the exchange, Kanjin had managed to steal the potion from his pocket. Kangjin held it up, explaining that he knew something was unusual about Sang's stats, and asked if the potion was the source of his power boost. Sang advised him that it would be better not to drink the potion. Kanjin ignored the warning and consumed the entire vial. His strength stat began to rise rapidly, climbing from 29 to 37 and then to 51, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Empowered, Kanjin told Sang that he could no longer hear him because his own strength was now too great. In response, Sang told him not to place blame on him for the consequences. Sang noted internally that his opponent's strength had more than doubled, a feat beyond even a top-tier potion. Kanjin then demanded that Sang reveal the creator of the potion, promising in return to let him walk away with at least 2 arms. Sang observed his opponent, having already sent clones 4 and 6 to the hospital. Now only he and clones 2 and 3 remained to confront the man named Kanjin. The two made eye contact and Kanjin immediately charged forward. Sang moved to intercept him, but Kanjin's powerful advance knocked down the clones. Sang attempted to slash with his sword, but Kanjin struck him first, leaving him unsteady. Kanjin then asked Sang if he understood his mistake, revealing that he had done more than just read Sang's statistics. He informed Sang that his family was also being targeted. The scene then briefly cut to Sang's parents at home, where an unknown person had just knocked on their door. Back in the fight, Kanjin stabbed Sang repeatedly, inflicting numerous cuts. The force of the attacks was strong enough to drag Sang across the floor. As 2 more opponents appeared from behind, the clones moved to engage them. Sang, bleeding onto his blade, retaliated with a powerful swing that sliced Kanjin's sword in half. Furious, Kanjin activated a skill and punched Sang directly. The blow threw Sang backward, causing him to crash into a wall on the other side of the room. At the same time, another clone was struck in the stomach. Kanjin dodged an attack from behind and countered with a strike to his attacker's jaw. While this occurred, Sang began to feel the effects of a potion he had consumed earlier. His friends, watching from a safe distance, commented on Sang's overconfidence. Sang told them to be quiet, asserting that he would win. He then asked S if he had a backup plan, but Sang only instructed everyone else to find cover. Kanjin seemed annoyed by Sang's refusal to surrender and questioned why he continued to fight. Sang was biding his time, waiting for the potion to take full effect. Kanjin pulled out his phone and told S he would order some photographs to clarify the situation. He spoke into the phone, asking his subordinates if they had arrived at the location and instructing them to cut off their target's fingers and send him the pictures. Suddenly, Kanjin lost control of his arm and dropped the phone. He collapsed to the ground as his body began to take on a melting, slime-like appearance. Sang remarked that the potion was finally working. The substance was causing Kanjin's muscles to dissolve, leaving him confused and weak. Sang reminded Kanjin that he had warned him not to drink it. In a panic, Kanjin scrambled for his phone, intending to call for reinforcements and have them bring Sang's parents as hostages. With his arm visibly deteriorating to skin and bone, Kanjin threatened that Sang's parents would die if he did not receive an antidote. However, a voice from the active call on the phone interrupted him. The person on the other end reported that Kanjin's men had attacked the wrong family and had run into the Canis Guild. A large bearded man from the guild had defeated all the intruders. It was this man who had knocked on the door of Sang's parents. While holding a man in one arm, Sang's father inquired about his son's condition. Sang confirmed that he was unharmed. The men outside still showed an intention to fight. But at that moment, a man named Kanjin received a phone call. After looking at his phone, Kanjin began to scream as his body appeared to transform into a zombie-like state without any action from Sang. Sang grabbed the transformed Kanjin and advised him to conserve his energy just to breathe. He then seized Kanjin's arm and warned him never to touch anyone he cared about, concluding the confrontation. A woman nearby watched the scene in shock. Sometime later, Sang went to the hospital to speak with Junmo. Since visiting hours were over, he entered the room through the window. Junmo noticed blood on Sang's face and asked what had happened. Sang explained that he was fine due to his regeneration ability and warned Junmo that the group known as Silver Moon was not finished with him yet. He then asked Junmo for his opinion on whether he should undergo a reevaluation for his hunter ranking. Junmo agreed, noting that Sang's rank had already increased after the portal incident, but he had not completed any official reclassification tests since then. Sang explained that he previously had no interest in power itself, as his only goals were to become strong enough to protect his loved ones and to pay for his sister's hospital bills. Junmo asked what had changed his mind. Sang reasoned that if he held a higher classification, like a rank, Silver Moon would not have dared to attack them or the JM agency office. This was why he now sought a higher rank. Junmo agreed it would be great for the AY's publicity, but cautioned that it would also attract significant attention and could lead to more frequent confrontations. Sang confirmed that his decision was final. The scene shifts to Sang arriving at a facility to retake his evaluation. An evaluator named Sang Woo, who possessed a cloning skill, asked Sang if he had come alone, remarking that the test was normally taken by a group. Junmo had previously explained that lower-ranked hunters are tested in groups because monsters are typically stronger than a hunter of the same rank, but Sang's abilities were an exception. Sang simply informed the evaluator that he had always operated alone. Sang Woo explained that to be re-ranked, Sang needed to kill a monster one classification above his own and submit proof to the association. Sang asked if it was possible to skip the DC and B rank tests at once. The evaluator denied the request, stating that a hunter can only register for the test immediately above their current rank. Sang then asked for his assigned monster. The evaluator told him to kill a fisherman, warning that its skin was extremely tough and impervious to bullets. After receiving the assignment, Sang walked to a chair, sat down, and began looking at his phone. 2 hours later, Sang Woo saw that Sang had not left for the hunt and wondered if he was serious about the test. At that moment, Sang stood up and walked back to the evaluator's desk. Sang Woo asked if he wanted to cancel the test. Sang replied that he had already hunted the monster. When the evaluator asked for clarification, Sang confirmed that he had killed the fisherman men and had already submitted the proof. Sang requested to be registered as a Class D hunter. The association employee was skeptical, pointing out that Sang had been sitting in front of him drinking coffee and that it was impossible for him to have completed the prerequisite hunt. The employee, who had not seen Sang leave the building, was unaware that one of Sang's clones had gone to the hunting ground. He told Sang to check the confirmation himself as it had already been sent by the hunting ground. The employee then reluctantly checked the system and found official confirmation that Jong Sang-woo had successfully hunted a number 5 fisherman. Confused by the result, the employee called the hunting field to verify Sang's activity. The staff on the other end confirmed that Sang had indeed hunted and killed a monster there. The employee wondered aloud if the system had malfunctioned. Sang, who had been waiting patiently, asked if there was a resolution. The employee, privately suspecting some form of deception, agreed to process the rank upgrade. The employee officially promoted Sang to Class D, but informed him that he would report the unusual circumstances of the test. In response, Sang immediately asked to be registered for the Class C evaluation. Later at night, a girl was walking with a bag of crystals while talking to Sang. She apologized to him, admitting that it was her fault Jam had been attacked. She then confessed that she was the one who had stolen the crystal jewels from the field. Upon hearing her confession, Sang's expression grew serious. The girl became frightened, questioning why she had told him the truth after witnessing his previous actions. However, Sang reassured her, stating that the blame was not hers, but belonged to those who had tried to harm him and his family. He told her not to worry. He clarified that the matter of the stolen crystals was an issue between her and Silver Moon, and that he would not get involved. He also noted that she was unaware of what Silver Moon and High Cyan had done to her. The girl, trembling, put on her hat, thanked him, and quickly ran away. Back at the Hunter Association, the same employee informed Sang that he had passed the evaluations for both Class C and Class B. Sang stood up and stated that he was finished for the day. Surprised, the employee repeated his words as a question. At that moment, another official arrived and commented that Sang had finally done it. The first employee asked if he knew Sang, and the second man confirmed that he did, identifying Sang as the individual with the unique permission to enter multiple hunting fields at once. The second official elaborated, mentioning the doctor who had evaluated Sang's skill. He recounted that the doctor was so deeply affected by what he saw that he told everyone about the unique ability. The official remarked that it was strange Sang had not ranked up until now. He predicted that the news of a hunter advancing from Class E to Class B in a single day would cause a major stir in the hunter community. A week later, newspapers were filled with stories about the hunter nicknamed Clonudo. The reports detailed his unprecedented promotion from Class E to Class B in one day, calling it the fastest rank-up in history. The public learned that his clones were real entities, not illusions. During this time, Sang received a payment of 5 billion. Sang was shocked by the sum of money. Taiwan explained that it was his payment for a successful mission. Sang protested that the amount was too much. Taiwan clarified that while he had initially framed the request as a favor, it was a formal job. He insisted Sang accept the payment, arguing that no one else would have taken the mission and the problem would have remained unresolved without him. Taiwan concluded by inviting Sang to visit the guild in the future. Sang collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with relief. He realized his financial concerns were resolved and that he now possessed enough money to care for his sister. He decided he would use the funds to hire the S-rank healer known as Bless. Sang imagined his first meeting with the healer, picturing himself grabbing the man's legs and begging with such intensity that the healer would be compelled to accept the job. Meanwhile, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild was angered by Kang and Ho's defeat. He questioned the strategy of seizing all of the YOLO Guild's assets as it left them with no one to process their crystals. The leader resolved to destroy the incriminating documents to conceal their activities. At that moment, a woman named Yangju Chol appeared. She commented on the leader's strength and accused a person named Shikari of stealing a stash of items. The Silver Moon leader suggested there had been a misunderstanding and proposed a conversation, but he simultaneously attacked her with a punch. She parried the blow with her claws. At the Canis Guild office, Junmo with Taewon and other members. He thanked Taewon for sending agents to protect Sang's family. Taewon correctly deduced that Silver Moon was the attacking party. Junmo confirmed this and stated that he did not consider the conflict to be over, especially with the involvement of Kang Ginho. Taewon acknowledged Kang Ho as the vice leader of Silver Moon and recalled that Sang had left him in a permanently incapacitated state. It was then revealed that Junmo had previously managed Kong and Ho when he worked at the Hong Guild. The connection between the Hyong and Silver Moon guilds was already well known. Yangju Kaol then arrived at the Canis Guild office. She reported that the members of Silver Moon, whom she called bastards, were manufacturing crystals and jewels to supply the Hong Guild. She handed over files to Junmo as proof. She greeted Junmo, stating she had heard a lot about him and referred to him as a crazy man. In response, Juno mentioned he was aware she had recently visited Silver Moon. She confirmed she had been there briefly to retrieve some items. Taiwan asked for clarification about a term he heard. DRP Yangju Chaeol explained it was a body-enhancing drug made from the jewels, and that the Hong Guild was heavily involved in its production, indicating the substance was extremely dangerous. The narration then provided historical context about the hunter profession. The occupation was legalized only after the end of a major catastrophe. Governmental systems were put in place to manage hunting fields with soldiers, tax hunting profits, and officially purchase monster byproducts. While this framework made the job seem stable, not all hunters agreed with the new regulations. A group of hunters opposed mandatory identity registration and hunting restrictions. These individuals formed their own clandestine society, operating in secret and using illegal weapons to protect their income. It is revealed that Yangju Chaeol is a member of this underground society. The scene shifts to her arriving at a bar with a large quantity of crystals. The bartenders were visibly shocked by the immense amount she had brought with her. Sang advised the woman against retrieving the items. She smiled and explained that she had found them left at the station. In response, Sang frowned. Suddenly, a group of men appeared and approached a woman named Wu Haiyan, informing her that she was to come with them. The men were likely from a guild. Wu Haiyan attempted to ask the bartender for help, but he refused, explaining that the men were threatening his family. At that moment, another individual stepped forward to intervene. One of the men questioned the newcomer's identity and his formal attire. The newcomer confronted the man and told him to back off. When the man tried to reply, he was punched in the jaw. As he began to retreat, he noticed that Sang had arrived at the scene. The narrative then shifts to a flashback. In the past, Sang had informed Wu Haiyan that he would assist her now that she was part of the GM agency. He instructed her to attempt to sell the crystals she had collected, predicting that their opponents would take the bait. The scene changes to an undisclosed location where the master of the Haeyong Guild, a man named Shin, was being searched by guards. He was informed that he had 10 minutes. He laughed as a door was opened for him. Inside, he met a woman known as the Oracle. She acknowledged his presence, and Shin asked if his arrival was unexpected or if she was toying with him. She stated that she knew what he wanted, and her answer had not changed. She advised him to give up and be satisfied with his current life. Shin became angry, reminding her that she had once prophesied that all powerful people would one day bow to him. The Oracle explained that his fate had been drastically altered because of another individual's influence. Shin demanded to know who had interfered with his destiny, but she claimed to have no knowledge of their identity. The scene returns to Sang, who was questioning one of the captured men. Sang held up a phone and demanded the password, calling the man a fool. The captive refused to cooperate, stating that he would rather die. Sang assured the man he would not be killed, but instead handed over to another group of menacing-looking individuals who were also present. The captive began to sweat nervously. Meanwhile, Shinjin Wook, the leader of Haeyong's Team 1, received a call. The caller reported that he had secured the crystals, and Shinjin Wook instructed him to take them to Factory 3. He then asked why the caller's voice sounded strange, but the man on the phone claimed everything was fine and that his team was heading to the factory now. Shinjin Wook concluded by reminding him to monitor the DP production. Sang had been listening to the entire phone conversation. He remarked that everything was going perfectly and then demanded the captive reveal the facto's location. The man protested that he would be killed if he told him. In response, Sang addressed the group of menacing men, announcing that the captive wanted to go with them. At this, the men drew their knives. After this threat, the captive provided the facto's location. Sang then instructed Wu Haiyan to send the address to a person named Jun Mo. She thanked Sang for his assistance, but he showed little reaction. A woman approaches Sang and asks him to play a game. She mentions having seen news about the Clonudo and asks if this is the reason his companions all look the same. Sang confirms this, and the woman asks if he was paying attention and if he knows her name. He replies that he does, identifying her as the potion maker. The woman, Qin Wu Haiyan, playfully pretends to choke him before asking where his clones are. Sang explains that they are busy as he had left them to have a barbecue while he ran errands. Upon receiving the audio from Sang's conversation, Junmo recognizes the voice of Shinjin Wook, the individual behind their recent problems. This confirms for both of them that Shinjin Wook and his associates are involved. Qin Wu Hien explains that there are 5 crystal suppliers for the Haeyong Guild. With Silver Moon taken down, Red Tail and other guilds, all at least rank B, still remain. Junmo questions why they do not target Haeyong directly, as selling crystals is illegal. She acknowledges the idea, but points out the difficulty as Haesong is led by the strongest hunter in Korea. Wen advises Junmo to be cautious and avoid walking alone. Junmo agrees and says he will also warn Sun Wu. Taewon remarks that Sun Wu likely does not need such a warning, as it seems improbable that anyone could successfully kidnap him. Junmo then sends a message to Sang, confirming that the material is a component for a drug called DP. He tells Qin Wu Hien to remain at the office until the situation is resolved. She asks if the office trashed by Silver Moon has already been repaired. Sang replies that she will be surprised when she sees the new office. Junmo arrives to show Qin Wu Hien the new extensively renovated office, which now includes new meeting rooms and a fully equipped laboratory specifically for her. Junmo also points out that there are rooms in the back where she can stay if needed. As she reacts to the offer, Junmo receives a phone call and his expression changes drastically. The call was to inform him of an emergency at the hospital, requiring Sang's immediate presence. Meanwhile, in Silver Moon's storage room, a man stands over a pool of blood on the floor and calls for someone to come out. A slime-like entity emerges from the ground, followed by several masked figures. The man asks for the location of Yang Ju Chil, who he is told is being held in the basement of the Yolo Guild. The masked figure confirms that everything, including the crystals, was taken and that their enemies seemed to know the location of the factory. Likely due to Sang's investigation. The lead figure then hands vials to his subordinate, instructing him on who to use them on. He states that if his enemies want the drug, he will give it to them, even in its unperfected state. In the YOLO Guild basement, Yangju Chill is still tied up when the slime creature appears. The creature holds a syringe containing the drug and injects the substance into Yang's neck. Elsewhere, Hua and a female companion are walking, discussing their plan to extract information from Yang. She teases him, suggesting he is only accompanying her to prevent her from being kidnapped. Suddenly, she smells something burning and notices a large amount of smoke. Both of them begin to run toward the source. Amidst a fire, a transformed monster is discovered. Nearby, an injured civilian is found on the ground. When questioned, the man explains that a monster had appeared in the basement and that the Class B squad was unable to defeat it. This information suggests the creature is at least a rank A monster. A woman on the scene wonders how the monster appeared without a portal. She then recognizes a distinct scar on its face and identifies the creature as Yang Chill. In a separate location, Kongen is in a hospital bed in a weakened state. A masked individual appears and prepares to inject him with a substance. A woman carrying a digital panel confronts the intruder, telling him he will not be allowed to do as he pleases. The masked man vanishes and reappears beside her, threatening to use the injection on her instead. Just then, Sang arrives and strikes the man with a shoulder tackle to the chest. Meanwhile, the battle against the monster Yang Chill rages on, causing explosions and destroying buildings. The fighters are perplexed because they knew Yang Chill as a strong rank B hunter, not a rank A monster. One of the women recalls a past conversation about a substance called DP, which was used for body enhancement. Seeing the transformed Yang Chill, she realizes the connection and deduces that their enemies are likely targeting the Silver Moon Guild. This means Kongen is also in danger at the hospital. It is revealed that Siona, the woman with the digital panel, had contacted Juno, who in turn alerted Sang, enabling his timely intervention. During the fight, the monster roars. A female hunter summons a creature resembling a nine-tailed fox, which fires an energy projectile that pierces the monster's chest. The creature retaliates with a punch, but another fighter named W severs its arm before it can land the blow. The monster attacks again, revealing a cybernetic arm, and uses a powerful move to knock both hunters back. They recognize the technique as one of Yang Chill's signature attacks, confirming his identity. Suddenly, an older man wielding a flaming sword appears and strikes the monster. He is identified as Gon, the leader of the Soul Guild. He approaches the two fighters and demands that W explain the monster's origin. Back at the hospital, Sang tells the masked man that only doctors are permitted to use needles. He then attacks, but the man blocks the blow. The masked man asks Sang how he knew he was there. Sang's female companion attempts to attack with fire, but the intruder nullifies her power with a simple hand gesture. Sang then attacks from above with a powerful kick that sends the man flying and breaks his arm. Afterward, Sang and his companion stand facing their opponent.
A girl thanks Sang for his quick arrival.
The masked man, observing Sang's power and the appearance of his clones, remarks that he now understands how Kongen was defeated. The clones, larger in stature than before, glare at the masked man. He acknowledges that Sang is trying to provoke him into a fight, but states that he is not foolish enough to engage all of them. As he disappears, he promises to see Sang again, adding that a person named Vegas is moving towards Sang's sister, who is in the mana absorption intensive unit. The threat against his sister causes Sang to react angrily. Following this confrontation, the recent monster outbreak in the city is officially resolved by the leaders of 3 guilds, Soul, YOLO, and Connis. A man named Gun tried to inform the public that someone named Haisong was responsible, but his claims were dismissed. The official story became that a simple containment breach had occurred, absolving Haisong of any involvement. Another individual also attempted to reveal the truth, but their efforts were futile. Investigators later located the crystal's original position, but the site was deserted upon their arrival. The EDP production facility was also found completely empty. For a time, humanoid monsters were reported appearing throughout the city, but they were consistently defeated. Eventually, the sighting stopped and the public forgot about the incidents, leaving the matter as an unsolved mystery. Sometime later, Song speaks with Junmo, stating that they need a bodyguard. He explains that he has been considering this since the Silver Moon incident, deciding that safety must be prioritized over hunting efficiency. Junmo assumes Sang plans to use his clones for this task. Sang confirms this is the only viable option as he lacks the funds to hire a hunter powerful enough for the job. Needing to save money for his sister's treatment by an S-rank hunter, Sang details his plan for the clones. 1 will guard his parents at home. 2 will remain at the hospital with his sister, and a 4th will be stationed at Junmo's agency. 2 additional clones will be dedicated to continuous training and exercise. This leaves the original Sang free to act independently. When Junmo asks about the 7th and final clone, Sang reveals he has dispatched it to a familiar location, the Kindness Guild's training grounds in Odin's Tower. Inside the tower, the clone uses a megaphone to announce its presence, luring out nearby monsters. Invisible creatures begin to charge at its position, followed by the appearance of a horde of monsters identified as Spawn V30. In response, the clone consumes a potion, which causes a large explosion. The scene shifts to the opening ceremony for the Korean branch of the Hunters Academy, led by its president, Haku. The Academy's stated mission is to support low-rank hunters by providing free skills training and methods to increase their item drop rates. It is open to all hunters, regardless of rank or talent, offering them the chance to train with veterans. The Academy also promises that the student with the best performance at the end of the year will receive an elixir, though its properties are not specified. Meanwhile, at the Kayam Aoi's private gym, Sang and his clones continue their training. Sang struggles with his training as the 250 kg dumbbells he uses are no longer sufficient to increase his strength. He is unable to find heavier weights for purchase, such as 1-ton dumbbells. While watching television, Sang sees a broadcast about the opening of a new academy branch. He dismisses it as insignificant until the announcers reveal the grand prize, a legendary elixir highly sought after by hunters around the world. Although he is unaware of the elixir's specific properties, Sang's interest is immediately captured. The broadcast shows the Hunter Academy, a grand institution designed to look like a European castle. Its motto promises that any student can learn new skills and overcome their weaknesses by trusting in the academy system. Feeling skeptical, Sang asks his acquaintance, Jumo, if the elixir prize is real. Jumo confirms that it is, explaining that the academy is offering it to attract applicants from every country. Sang finds it strange that a mere academy branch would possess such a rare item. Jumo corrects him, stating that the institution is significant because it was founded by George Lucas, who is known as the only jumper. Sang remains puzzled as to why George Lucas, the owner of one of the world's largest corporations, would establish an academy and give away an elixir. Jumo agrees that the motive is unclear, but speculates it is an effort to reduce the power gap between low-rank and high-rank hunters. By improving the abilities of average hunters, they could reduce casualties during monster-related incidents. JMO also adds that the academy seems to prefer applicants with weaker skills. Hearing this, Sang regrets having worked to raise his rank so quickly. However, Jumo reassures him that he may still qualify for admission based on other criteria. Jumo then points out that Sang's low-quality skills are an advantage. His main abilities, Strong Strike and Magic Bullet, are both frank, whereas a typical B-rank hunter would have around 70 skills of various grades. Sang has managed to advance using only his base stats in his clones. Patting him on the shoulder, Jumo tells Sang that his lack of quality skills makes him a guaranteed candidate for admission. When S asks him to stop, Jumo mentions a donation-based admission system. S asks for more details, and Jumo reminds him of the prize money he won from the Canis incident. Sun considers the cost, believing that even 5 billion won would be a worthy price to cure his sister with the elixir. Later at an event, the Academy's president gives a speech. He publicly acknowledges Sang, stating it is an honor to have him. Embarrassed, Sang replies that he is not special, but the president praises him and reveals that Sang donated 5 billion won to the school. Sang thanks him, but privately feels the situation is suspicious, as if he simply bought his way in. He reaffirms to himself that he would pay up to 10 billion to acquire the elixir. Around him, other guests whisper, identifying him as Jung Sang-woo, the clone user, and wondering if he is a clone. Sang ignores them, thinking that with his current level, he is confident he can reach the end-of-year competition. The director announced that 2 B-rank hunters would be enrolling in the academy that year. Sang learned that the second B-rank hunter's identity was confidential, but that this individual was supposedly as famous as he was. Sang immediately recognized this new student as competition for the elixir he intended to acquire. During the orientation, Professor Kang Hae-suk was introduced as the instructor for a class called Basic Food Magic. Since it was the first day, no formal classes were held. Sang was curious about the other B-rank hunter, but remained focused on his goal. Later, a student announced a welcoming party for the new students at Bar Gori. Sang decided to attend, thinking it would be a good opportunity to identify his competitor. At the bar, Sang found the venue to be very crowded. He was quickly surrounded by other students, particularly a group of women who recognized him. They asked if he was the clone user who had killed the monster, expressing their admiration for his accomplishments. They then asked him to demonstrate his ability by creating a clone. Sang declined, stating that his clones were currently occupied with a mission. He used the opportunity to ask the students if they knew the identity of the other B-rank hunter. They were unaware of any other B-ranker enrolling, and said that online news had only mentioned Sang's admission. Sang concluded that the other student was deliberately keeping a low profile and was probably not at the party. Deciding to leave, he announced his departure to the group. The female students urged him to stay and offered him a large alcoholic beverage. Sang consumed the entire drink, thanked them, and left the bar, leaving the others surprised. Due to his poison resistance, the alcohol had no effect on him. As he walked, he reflected on how his life had become more serious, leaving little time for socializing as he had with friends in the past. While on his way, an individual in a cap approached and asked for directions to the student party. Sang provided the directions and mentioned that the event was still in progress. The person asked why he was leaving so early. Sang explained he was heading home because he didn't know anyone there. He then recognized the person's voice, just as she asked if he would like to have a drink with her. The person was Yan, a former student of his. She confirmed that he should recognize her. Sang asked why she was at the academy, and she revealed that she was also a new student. He questioned if this meant she had failed the university entrance exam he had helped her study for. Yan avoided answering, instead commenting on the cold weather and reiterating her desire for a drink. Sang understood that he needed to stay and have a drink to obtain the information he wanted. The woman requested a drink, and Sang asked about her test results, suggesting that she had failed. She denied this, clarifying that she had successfully passed her exam. Confused, Sang asked why she was at the academy if she had passed her university entrance. She explained that becoming a hunter was her real dream, and she had only applied to university to satisfy her parents' wishes. Her personal goal was always to get a hunter's license after graduation. The new academy provided her with an opportunity, and she managed to convince her parents to let her enroll despite their concerns. They warned her it was dangerous, but she persisted until they agreed. She then asked Sang to explain his own reasons for being at the academy, addressing him as professor. An embarrassed Sang told her to stop using that title as he no longer held that role. The woman pointed out that since they had enrolled at the same time, he was not her senior, and she playfully called him a different nickname. She noted his discomfort and then told him to look at her. After they consumed several alcoholic drinks, the woman became intoxicated. She requested another beverage, but Sang told her to stop. She was resting her head on the table when she suddenly looked up and asked for his new phone number. Upon receiving it, she expressed her satisfaction, stating that he now had no excuse not to contact her before promptly losing consciousness. Sang proceeded to pay the bill for their drinks. Sometime later, the woman regained awareness and found herself being carried on Sang's back. Confused, she asked why she was on his back, whether she had fallen asleep, and if they were heading home. Sang confirmed she was awake and explained that she had fallen asleep at the counter. The woman complained of feeling dizzy and unable to walk, so she held on to Sang as he carried her. While on his back, she asked why he had not contacted them over the past few months, adding that he could have found a way even with a different phone number. She confessed that she had initially planned to strike him out of anger, but she could not bring herself to do it after seeing him. She concluded by saying she had enjoyed their time together. Sang replied that he had a specific goal to accomplish, which was his reason for enrolling in the academy. He confirmed that he had also enjoyed himself, calling it the best day he had experienced in the last 6 months, and noting that the night was still young. He elaborated on his recent actions, describing himself as fundamentally lazy. He was afraid his determination would fade if he continued his old lifestyle, which would lead him to repeat the same mistakes and regrets. Believing that people do not change easily, he severed all of his past relationships to maintain his focus. He then assured her that she was still important to him and handed her a cap. As they arrived at her home, the woman admitted that she had misunderstood his intentions. Sang told her to put on the cap and said that he would forgive her this time. As he turned to leave, she warned him that she would not forgive him again. A man named Haesong contemplates the significant impact Sang is having on the world. Nearby, a person in a white mask apologizes, reporting that the Nudo clone was stronger than anticipated and calling the clone a bastard. Hyung muses to himself that the person in question was Zhang Xiangwu and that he should have asked for an autograph. Another individual appears beside Hyung asking why the lights were turned off. Hyung ignores the question about the darkness and instead asks if all preparations are complete. He informs the person that they will start at the academy the following week, demanding results that justify the effort it took to enroll them. The individual confirms his understanding. This person is revealed to be Shin Juni Hyung's son. He promises his father that he will not disappoint him. Haesong then instructs his son to acquire the elixir. A week later at the academy, Sang's class is preparing to learn elemental magic. A female classmate is already in the room when the professor arrives. He announces that their first lesson will be the fireball skill, which he describes as a versatile and popular type of magic. Sang, focused on the lesson, internally questions whether he needs to learn this kind of magic. He recalls learning the strong strike skill through physical action and wonders how they will be taught a magic ability. And that's it. The story ends right here. So tell me, what did you think about this, Mana? Be honest. Drop your rating from 0 to 10 down in the comments. If you enjoyed the recap, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more crazy stories like this one.
If you enjoyed the recap, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more crazy stories like this one.